Chapter 1491, Dark Boundary, Sunny, the Sails. Before Jet's shout even faded, Cassie and Sunny were already moving. He called upon the shadows to raise the sails of the chain breaker while she rushed to the runic circle. Nephi's turned to look into the darkness, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. What kind of disaster have we stumbled into now? Grasping the steering oars, Cassie skillfully turned the ship to borrow the force of the wind. At the same time, the runic circle ignited, absorbing strands of her essence now that the enchantment circuits were repaired. It was not to power the sorcery of the ancient vessel, but simply to control it. Finally, the chain breaker came to a halt, hovering in the boundless darkness of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny approached Jet and Effie, tracing their gazes into the distance. "What is the matter?" his voice faltered. Out there, far away, the world ended. It was hard to see, even for Sunny, because the end of the world was perfectly black, barely distinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. But still, there was a vast, seemingly endless surface in front of them, stretching in all directions as far as the eye could see, like a boundary of the world. Smooth and lusterless like polished stone, it took him a moment to realize what he was looking at. It's the inner wall of the pyramid. The endless black boundary was just that, the wall of Ariel's tomb seen from the inside. However, it dwarfed anything he had ever seen. The towering walls of the dark city were like a speck of dust in front of it. The great ramparts of Falcon Scott were like sand. Looking at the endless black wall, Sunny was stunned by its sheer magnitude. For a moment, he wondered. Was the interior of the pyramid truly large enough to encompass an entire realm, or was it him who had been reduced to the size of an ant? Well, in any case, Jet's warning had come in time. The chain breaker was not going to crash into the endless wall of black stone anymore. They had already stopped, and there was plenty of distance between them and the boundary of Ariel's dreadful world. But then, a slight frown appeared on his face. Turning to Jet, Sunny remained silent for a moment. He could see the surface of the wall because of how special his sight was. She, however, did not share his ability to see in the darkness. So how had Jet and Effie known to warn them? "What is it?" The huntress was looking forward with a somber expression. She remained silent for a moment, then grimaced. "Can't you smell it? It reeks of nightmare creatures." Sunny slowly shook his head and glanced at Jet, raising an eyebrow. Her icy blue eyes were radiating a chilling cold. "There are souls, powerful souls, far ahead." Soul Reaper was usually easygoing and relaxed, but now her expression was grave. Seeing it, Sunny felt a shiver run down his spine. His frown deepened. Jet wouldn't be wary of just any soul. What kind of power? Cursing inwardly, he turned to the distant black boundary and strained his eyes, trying to discern something, anything, to understand what was threatening them. Knowing that Sunny had the best chance of discovering the hidden threat, the rest of the cohort fell silent. "What is it?" "I can't see anything." Now that his initial shock of witnessing the inner wall of the tomb had subsided, Sunny could study it in more detail, not that there was a lot to study. It was just a solid black surface, stretching endlessly into the darkness. He was too far away to notice anything else. Well, if there was one thing, it was that the wall was not smooth, as he had initially thought. Rather, it was uneven, as if covered in countless ridges and bumps. Those ridges and bumps looked tiny from afar, but they should be dozens, if not hundreds, of meters across. Sunny peered at the irregularities, thinking, there might be something hiding in the seams. Maybe there are caves in the stone. I don't see any entrances, though. Then he suddenly froze. Out there on the wall of the Black Pyramid, something had just moved. The movement was tiny and at the very periphery of his vision, so if Sunny had not been looking at the wall of Ariel's tomb intently, he would not have noticed it. Turning his head slightly, he stared at a particular spot. What was it? He still couldn't see any creatures hiding in the recess between the strange, irregular ridges. Then his perception shifted slightly. It was just a mundane shift, like concentrating on a near object instead of a distant one, as well as a mental one, like trying to perceive something as a part of a whole instead of a separate entity. It was at this moment that Sonny's hair stood on end, and his face became as pale as that of a ghost. Instantly petrified, he swayed slightly. Damnation! Powerful souls! There was nothing hiding in the recesses of the endless wall. There were no caves hidden between the bumps and ridges where dreadful abominations could dwell. Instead, the entire surface of the wall was covered by abominations, who clung to it like moths. The bumps and ridges were the edges of millions of black wings. The inner wall of Ariel's tomb was obscured by a colossal swarm of numerous dark butterflies. There were myriads of these eerie great monsters resting on the endless black surface, seemingly asleep, but also ready to awaken if anything disturbed their slumber. Sonny took an involuntary step back. This is the place Song and Valor wanted to conquer. One great monster was a calamity that only a few people in the waking world could quell. But there were countless dark butterflies dwelling inside the Black Pyramid, protecting its boundary, waiting for some fool to set them free, or maybe waiting to destroy anyone who would try to desecrate the tomb that the demon of dread had built. Sonny shuddered. Ariel, that lunatic, just what did he build? And why? Turning his head slowly, he looked at Cassie with hollow eyes and asked quietly, "Cassie, can you extinguish the radiance of the sacred tree?" She seemed confused for a moment, then nodded. In the next moment, the beautiful light of the rustling tree grew dimmer, eventually disappearing entirely. Sonny let out a shaky sigh. The lanterns illuminating the chain breaker were extinguished as well. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves in absolute darkness. Only Sonny and Cassie could move freely in the absence of light. Unable to look away from the harrowing sight of countless black butterflies crowding the surface of the endless stone wall, he calmed his wildly beating heart and said in a hoarse whisper, "Cassie, take us away from here. Back to the river fast. As fast as you can." The chain breaker moved, slowly turning its bow. The creaking of the masts, the rustle of leaves, and the ripple of the billowing sails sounded like thunder to his ears. "If they notice us, we die. I have survived many situations in which I had no business surviving, but this one, there's no surviving that." They had to get away. Sonny gritted his teeth and waited. A few moments passed, then a few moments more. A minute. The chain breaker was gliding toward the distant great river, steadily gaining speed. Faster, faster. Sonny never expected that he would be praying to return to the great river one day. But here he was, doing just that. Perhaps someone had heard his prayers. Eventually, the dreadful wall of Ariel's tomb disappeared from view, and the beautiful ribbon of the great river drew closer. Chapter 1492. Back to the river, the chain breaker escaped from the slumbering legion of the monstrous butterflies, traveling further and further away from the endless black surface of the pyramid's wall. Sonny counted the seconds, afraid that a dark cloud would rise into the air and chase them. Tense silence permeated the air, and none of the cohort members spoke. Powerful winds wandered the hollow darkness around them. The space itself was acting strangely, making it feel as if the world was not quite right. The distant ribbon of the great river was drawing nearer at tremendous speed. After a while, he took a deep breath. We should be safe now, right? He wasn't sure. Sonny had thought that he knew a lot about the tomb of Ariel, but now he felt that the unassuming demon was far more sinister and mysterious than it seemed. And why wouldn't he have been? Ariel did not leave that strong of an impression, true, but that was only in comparison to his three harrowing siblings Weaver, Nether, and Hope. The demon of dread was still a true deity, though a being capable of challenging the gods and tearing down the heavens. Of course, this pyramid of his would be just as dreadful. In fact, it was a testament to how adaptable people were that Sonny had learned to take this terrible place for granted, a tomb built from the body of an unholy titan, containing a mystical river created from the titan's blood. Was he insane to hope that they could escape its boundary unscathed? But in the end, they did escape. None of the dark butterflies had awakened or rushed to pursue them, allowing the chain breaker to freely dive into the darkness. The space itself rippled and flowed, streaming past the flying ship like liquid. It was a strange feeling. They were descending toward the great river much faster than it should have been possible. Eventually, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "We are safe, I think." Hearing him, Cassie allowed the sacred tree to shine once again, and its soft light enveloped the deck. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, their faces full of weariness and fatigue. The last few days had not been easy on them. And the days before that had been even more dire. Jet looked back with a bleak expression. What the hell was there in the darkness? The others looked at Sunny as well. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. The wall of the pyramid, and on that wall, countless great monsters crowding its surface like horrid mold. Thankfully, they seemed to be slumbering and none noticed us. The members of the cohort were dismayed, and he could easily understand why. The words countless and great monsters were not supposed to ever appear next to each other, and yet here in the tomb of Ariel they did. Seriously now, I understand why there are only a few dozen saints in the world. Surely this particular third nightmare was more dreadful than the rest, but not by much, most likely. Saint Tyrus, Beastmaster, Bloodwave, Wake of Ruin, and the other transcendents, all of them had survived harrowing trials similar to this one. Sunny had never underestimated the saints, but he found a new sense of admiration for them. No wonder most of them seemed so distant. Shaking his head, Sunny gazed at the great river and let out a sigh. "Anyway, I don't think that there is anyone between us and the river, so we should be safe for now." Without saying anything, they stood together in silence and looked at the colorful ribbon that floated in the darkness far, far away. Eventually, Nephi spoke. "Then, we need to decide what to do next." The chain breaker hovered in the emptiness, illuminated by the soft radiance of the sacred tree. Saint stood guard on its bow, while Fiend crouched near the runic circle at its stern. A motionless figure in red garments could be seen under the glowing branches. It was the echo of the Sibyl that Cassie had summoned, finally restored after sustaining severe damage on Alethia's island. However, there were no humans in sight. All 5 of them were below the deck sharing a meal. They were too exhausted to come up with plans but had no other choice. It was necessary to decide where to land now that they were returning to the great river. After everyone had satiated themselves, there were a few minutes of silence. Eventually, Sunny spoke. "Well, our primary goal remains the same. We need to find Kai and the other guy in Twilight. Hopefully, there will be other fighters there to help us take on Verge." Jet gave him a curious look. "Other fighters? I thought that Twilight was destroyed." Sunny hesitated for a few moments. "No one really knows what happened to Twilight. Technically, it was not destroyed, just lost, whatever that means. We had the idea that there might be survivors there simply because otherwise this nightmare seems to be impossible." His expression dimmed. "That was before, though. Now, any preconceived notions we had about the nightmare are meaningless. We don't even know if the remaining plagues are still alive, or how many defiled are left in Verge. Perhaps their power has dwindled enough for the spell to decide that we can handle it all ourselves. No, even that is a fundamentally false assumption, because the balance of forces within the nightmare has been tampered with." As he finished speaking, Cassie added, "Our plan was to explore Windflower Alethia's island, to find you two, then return to Fallen Grace, regroup and sail for Twilight. However, the situation is a bit different now because we can reach both cities from up here. We can even travel directly to Verge, not that it's a good idea." Nephi's nodded. "So, what we need to decide today is whether we want to go directly to Twilight or recuperate at Fallen Grace first." Effie and Jet glanced at each other. Neither of them had been to Fallen Grace or knew a lot about Twilight. At the same time, due to the difference in how the members of the cohort had experienced time in the nightmare. They were the most exhausted of the five. Sunny, Nephi's, and Cassie had spent more time inside the tomb of Ariel, but they at least had plenty of downtime between the many harrowing ordeals. Effie and Jet, however, never had an opportunity to rest. After a few moments of silence, Effie smiled. "What's the point of delaying the inevitable? Let's go directly to where Knight and that Valor Princeling are." "Wait, or is he a song princeling now? Anyway, the sooner we get them, the sooner we can escape this damned nightmare." Jet grinned. "I agree. I consider myself a very patient woman, you know. I waited for a long, long time to get a chance at transcendence, but now my patience is running thin. Let's conquer this nightmare as soon as possible." She secretly threw a glance at Effie's belly but did not add anything else. Sunny sighed. "Well then," he looked at Nephi's, remained silent for a moment and nodded. "It's unanimous. We are going to Twilight, I guess." Chapter 1493, Sins of the Past. The plan of action was clear. In the next, however long it was going to take, the chain breaker would traverse the empty darkness and return to the great river. They would aim to land as close to Twilight as possible. Granted, no one knew where the lost city was located exactly. All they knew was that it was situated in the reaches of the great river, where the sky was painted lilac by the light of dawn. As well as the general era when it had been established, the latter was inscribed on the slates recovered from the drowned temple. So, Cassie was going to guide the chain breaker to the stretch of the river corresponding to that era, and they would explore the currents from there. Sunny felt a bad premonition when he thought about Twilight, and the blind girl seemed troubled as well. Neither knew what was waiting for the cohort there, but whatever it was, two things were certain. First, that they were going to face a trial no less dangerous, and most likely far more terrible than anything they had experienced in the tomb of Ariel yet, which was saying a lot, considering how utterly dreadful Alethia's island had been. Second, that the Mad Prince had to have arranged something to happen in Twilight as well. There were 4 fixed events in each cycle. After all, Nephi's and Sunny entering the tomb of Ariel in the far reaches of the future, upstream of Weave, Cassie entering the nightmare in Fallen Grace, Effie and Jet entering the nightmare among the river nomads, and Kai entering the nightmare somewhere near Twilight, accompanied by Mordred. It would be strange if the Mad Prince had not included the lost city in his schemes. "Something unspeakable is waiting for us there. I can feel it." Sunny's expression was bleak. Nevertheless, he felt strangely hopeful, precisely because the Mad Prince had most likely already done something to give them a chance, no matter how small. Was it arrogance to have faith in the devious nature of his former self? He did not know, and he did not care. Additionally, Sunny had 2 more hidden advantages. The crown of Twilight he wore was going to grant him a nearly inexhaustible reserve of essence in the waters of constant dawn. More than that, it was a key to the defensive arrays of Twilight. All he had to do to gain control of them was reach Daron's throne room. He and Nephi's were 2 of the most powerful masters in history, and their power only became greater when they were together. Jet received her aspect legacy, while Effie could inspire all 3 of them with her ascended ability and support the cohort from the back with javelins. There was Cassie, as well, the unassuming seer who was actually the hidden ace of the cohort. Her affinity to mysteries and revelations could resolve many problems that would otherwise be unsolvable and warn them of the most dire threats in advance. So overall, he judged that their chances of tackling Twilight were not bad. Right now, however, Sunny hid his face behind a cup of tea and furtively studied the faces of his companions. There was another conversation they had to have. He sighed. This is silly. They had not discussed the revelations about the nature of the great river, the true identity of the 6 plagues, and his own role in all that had happened yet. It was indeed stupid to feel ashamed of the actions of his defiled past version, but he was. How did one go about telling his friends that he had turned them all into nightmare creatures in the past life, or maybe even in countless past lives? It is probably just as awkward as telling the girl you're in love with that you killed her. Sonny coughed. But then again, adding that your evil version betrayed the other defiled and brutally slaughtered countless innocent people just to create a future where she remains alive should count for something, right? I mean, it's a bit romantic. Right. He suppressed the desire to groan and looked away. What was this insanity? Who else had a life as unhinged as his? Eventually, Sonny sighed. Now, let's talk about the great river itself. You should have realized something after seeing it from afar. I realized a few things, as well, and they might very well affect how this nightmare ends. Trying to keep his voice neutral, Sonny shared what he had deduced. The cyclical nature of the great river, the existence of the source, and how the past and the future were connected through it. The fact that it wasn't their first time challenging the nightmare. The commonalities between the great loop of the river and the artificial loop of Alethia's island. Among those commonalities was his ability to slowly become aware of the repeating nature of time, which led to his eventual defilement, and therefore, to the defilement of the rest of the cohort and Neff's death. Lastly, Sonny explained why he thought that the Mad Prince was gone, and how the influence of his demented predecessor was still affecting everything that was happening on the great river, and in particular to them. He did, however, keep a few things to himself. For example, the fact that the vile madman had been enslaved by the Dread Lord, as well as why the Mad Prince had been so obsessed with rewriting the past. In the end, Sonny took a deep breath and said, his voice a bit stifled, "So, sorry, I guess, for creating the 6 plagues." The other members of the cohort stared at him silently for a while. He winced. "You can at least say something, damn it," at that moment Jet chuckled. "What are you apologizing for? It's not your fault. You and I both watched over people who failed their first nightmare and became nightmare creatures. So you should know better than most that the person is not to be blamed for what the abomination does." Effie looked at him with a mischievous smile. "Right. But since we're apologizing for what our evil twins did, sorry for squishing you like a bug. A very small, teeny-tiny, squishy bug. That's what devouring beast did, right? Should I feel guilty about it as well?" Nephi shook her head. "We don't know what happened during our first cycle in the nightmare and how you ended up entering the source. Perhaps the rest of us were already dead by then, so you might have saved us all to begin with. The only thing that matters is what happens in this cycle, and making it the last." Cassie didn't say anything and simply nodded. Sonny sighed. He didn't really feel responsible for the actions of the Mad Prince, but it was still nice to know that his companions had his back, no matter what. At that moment, Effie leaned back and said, "On that note, doofus, can you tell your chest to stop trying to bite my arm off? I know there are still plenty of tasty things inside. I won't take much, well, not all of it at least." He laughed. "Go get your own tasty things. Do you think we don't see you wolfing down those berries from your locket without sharing them with anyone?" As the members of the cohort moved past the identity of the Mad Prince and started to discuss the bizarre secrets of the great river, his gaze brushed past Cassie. The blind girl was listening quietly, cradling a cup of tea in her hands. For a moment, a shadow ran across Sonny's face. He had become aware of the loop on Alethia's island, but hadn't Cassie become aware of it too? Wouldn't the same had happened with the cycles of the great river then? And unlike him, she didn't have the estuary key to prevent her from remembering. Sonny studied the blind girl for a moment, then shook his head. No, that was impossible. Back on Alethia's island, Cassie must have regained her memories because of being exposed to the sin of solace through him, even if she had never admitted it. So, the restriction placed on the sword wraith was protecting her, too. Otherwise, it would be not Cassie, but torment sitting across the table from him. Watching as the blind girl took a sip of her tea, and then smiled at Effie's joke, he finally allowed himself to relax. There was little time left for them to rest and recuperate. Once the chain breaker reached Twilight, Sunny had a feeling that none of them would have an opportunity to rest for a long while. Chapter 1494. The Edge standing on the deck of the chain breaker as it barreled through the empty darkness, Sunny felt a strange mix of horror and exhilaration. That was because the distance they had to cover could only be called cosmic. He did not know how far the great river was from the walls of the pyramid, exactly, but it had to be an astronomical number of kilometers, perhaps not as immense as the distance between Earth and the Moon, but of a similar proportion. If so, logically, it would take them years to return. However, space itself was acting strange in the interior of the tomb of Ariel. Judging by how fast the great river was drawing closer, they were going to reach it in a matter of days or weeks at most. In any case, it didn't stop Sunny from imagining that he was on a spaceship. Come to think of it, can the chain breaker travel through space? It probably could, considering that the force propelling the flying vessel was sorcerous in nature. However, that didn't mean that the helmsman and the passengers would survive space. So this was probably as close as Sunny would ever get to being a taikonaut, a cosmonaut, astronaut, whatever the word was, not the least because, according to Jet, Earth's orbit hid dangers that even she wasn't qualified to know about. With a sigh, he looked away from the great river and went to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. He preferred to spend his time leaning on Anank's ketch, but the sin of solace was less likely to bother him here. Therefore, Sunny reluctantly abandoned his previous spot. With only a few precious days left before they returned, he wanted to concentrate on weaving. There were 5 supreme soul shards inside the covetous coffer, and Sunny still remembered his sincere desire to make the cohort as strong as possible. Sadly, even after studying the soul arsenals of his companions, he didn't find a memory that could be easily elevated to the supreme rank. There were a number of transcendent memories between the 5 of them, but very few that were both suitable and within his ability to modify. The only real exception was the sin of solace. Sunny felt that he could elevate the rank of the cursed giant rather swiftly. However, he was wary of making it any stronger. Before, Sunny had only been concerned about making the sword wraith more powerful. Now, he also had to worry about the relationship between the sin of solace and the estuary key. The sin of solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, while the estuary key was a supreme memory of the 6th tier. Was it really a coincidence that the key was exactly 1 rank and 1 tier above the memory it was meant to suppress? If not, what would happen if this balance was broken by his meddling? Considering that the consequence of failure was becoming infected by the defilement, Sunny did not wish to take unnecessary risks. The Jade Giant was already capable of cutting through great nightmare creatures with the help of the Crown of Dawn anyway. So, Sunny was forced to leave the Supreme Soul Shards to gather dust in the covetous coffer, and turned his attention to the covetous coffer itself instead. He was still researching a way to turn this unique memory of his into half of an echo, which would most likely allow him to make a perfectly fine shadow. Why would he want to turn the covetous coffer into a shadow? Well, for one, both the storage space, the physical size, and the flexibility of what the coffer could be turned into depended on the potency of Sunny's soul. The peculiar memory was already far greater than the small, toothy box it had been once. If Sunny became a transcendent terror, who knew what form the coffer would be able to assume? Apart from that, even after all these years and the countless horrors Sunny had experienced during them, he still remembered the mordant mimic as one of the most vile and troublesome creatures he had ever killed. Plus, the bastard had once belonged to Noctis and could produce soul coins. Who wouldn't want to have a shadow like that? Entertaining himself with such thoughts, Sunny spent a few days blissfully poring over his plans to create an artificial echo no matter how dysfunctional. They were getting closer and closer to the great river. The distant ribbon slowly grew larger. Soon, it was already covering half of the horizon. The 7 tiny motes of lights turned into furiously radiant spheres, painting the bow of the chain breaker with stark light. Then, the great river completely obscured the darkness beyond. At that point, they were not blindly flying forward, but instead aiming for a particular stretch of it. The winds surrounding them were growing stronger, and the light of the 7 suns suffused the air, making it seem as though they were sailing through the sky once again. Finally, after slightly more than a week, they reached the edge. Sunny knew that they had arrived because a flood of essence suddenly entered his soul. Of course, in reality, it was not coming from an outside source rather. It was the innate replenishment rate of his cores that had been enhanced by the crown of Twilight. In any case, the crown had recognized dawn, and so its mystical enchantment activated. Sighing, Sunny left what he was doing and climbed to the upper deck. There, the members of the cohort had already gathered, looking forward. There, in front of them, a colossal waterfall was plummeting into the abyss, stretching in both directions as far as the eye could see. Painted in the hues of beautiful pink and lilac by the pale light of dawn, the dreamlike clouds of water vapor flowed into the darkness, sparkling with reflected sunlight. The distant roar of the impossible waterfall was like a soft whisper for now. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. Stunned by the magical beauty, Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Why must this dreadful place be so breathtaking? With that, he glanced at Cassie, who was holding the steering oars. Guided by her hands, the chain breaker soared above the waterfall, flew above the water for a few hours more, and finally landed on the surface of the great river. They had returned. Chapter 1495. Still water. Sunny had begun the nightmare under the pure azure sky. Then he traveled to Fallen Grace, which was bathed in the crimson light of an eternal sunset. Now he finally reached the waters where the soft twilight of nascent dawn suffused the world with a gentle glow. The flowing waters of the great river were like a calm mirror that reflected the dreamlike palette of the vibrant morning sky. As such, it seemed as though the graceful vessel was sailing on heaven itself. It was a beautiful sight that soothed the soul and took one's breath away if not for the dangers that lurked beneath the splendor of the wondrous current. Cassie had long used the guiding light to point the way to Kai. The fact that the sacred staff still responded to his true name filled Sunny's heart with hope. It meant that his friend was still alive, at least. Now, they were traveling downstream in search of the lost city of Twilight, where the charming archer was stranded. The problem was that instead of distancing itself from the edge, the chain breaker was instead drawing closer and closer to it. So, they had to be wary not only of the nightmare creatures hiding beneath the waves, but also of the current itself. The closer they were to the edge, the more violent the currents became, trying to pull the ship into the endless waterfall. Even now, a few days of sailing away from it, it was almost impossible to keep the chain breaker on course. In the end, Cassie had given up on struggling against the current and raised the flying ship into the air. They were staying low to the water, flying along its surface, to avoid being attacked from above or at least have more time to react if an attack came. Of course, such a strategy also left them more vulnerable to the enemies lurking below the water. But after witnessing the dreadful swarm of monstrous butterflies, Sunny was extremely wary of the boundless expanse of the dim sky. Days slowly passed. Sunny continued to advance in his endeavor to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. Gradually, though, his mind drifted away from that riddle, turning somber and grave. His companions wore similar expressions. It was as though they were sensing the approach of a violent storm, a storm of blood, perhaps. of a battle that was going to test the very essence of their resolve and maybe find it lacking. Slowly but surely, the idle conversation ceased. The sounds of laughter that used to echo above the deck of the chain breaker disappeared, replaced by grim silence. An oppressive tension settled on the deck of the graceful vessel. Nevertheless, everyone remained calm and collected, preparing for battle with cold determination. I can smell it. The blood was yet to spill, but its scent had already permeated the air. Strangely enough, very few nightmare creatures attacked their ship, perhaps because even abominations struggled to stay alive this close to the edge. As the days went by, however, their numbers dwindled even further until none remained at all. That was definitely both strange and worrisome. No place in the tomb of Ariel was supposed to be safe, and since even nightmare creatures were reluctant to venture into these waters, humans like them had to be wary as well. On the seventh day, they finally saw something rising from above the surface of the river. As the chain breaker drew closer, and they could see the massive object more clearly, Sunny frowned. It was the carcass of an abominable leviathan, its body covered by a pale carapace. The flesh of the nightmare creature had long rotten away, leaving behind only an empty husk. A forest of arrows was rising from the cracked shell, and there were broken harpoons floating in the water around it. There were gaping holes littering the carapace as well, as if someone had torn through it with sharp teeth, ripping out huge chunks of flesh in the process. Sunny thought that he recognized the marks left behind by those monstrous fangs. Did Daron kill this abomination? It would make sense, considering that they were close to his city. There was something eerie about the dead nightmare creature, though. Why is it still here? This close to the edge, a powerful current pulled everything into the abyss. Judging by the look of the carcass, the abomination had been slain countless years ago, and yet it still remained, somehow floating in place. Even the broken harpoons surrounding it had not been carried away by the water. As he frowned, Nephi spoke to Cassie, her voice carrying a hint of unease. "Don't approach." The blind seer gently pushed the steering oar, sending the chain breaker around the massive carcass. Jet studied it silently for a few moments, then asked, "What do you think happened here?" Sunny pursed his lips. "It must have been killed by the Twilight people before the city was lost. I am not sure why it remains in this strange state, though. They were going to find out sooner or later." Leaving the troubling carcass behind, they continued to follow the guiding light. It wasn't long before they encountered more signs of the past battle. There were more dead nightmare creatures, each more terrifying than the previous one. All kinds of horrors seemed to have attacked Twilight once, a long time ago, only to be slain by the warriors of Daron City. And these were only the ones who had resisted the pull of the current for some reason. Who knew how many dreadful abominations really participated in the harrowing siege? The corpses were littered with all kinds of wounds. Some had been delivered by crafted weapons. Some were clearly delivered by powerful memories. Some seemed to have been dealt to the nightmare creatures by the Serpent King himself, or perhaps one of the saints in his service. They also saw fields of flotsam left behind by shattered ships. The sight of floating debris was both sorrowful and ominous. After traveling across the ancient battlefield for several days, they saw relatively intact ships as well. They were different both from the alloy behemoths of the waking world and the graceful wooden ships of the river people. Their frames were built of wood, but the hulls were plated with armor crafted from bone, shell, and hide from corrupted leviathans. Most were severely damaged, tilted, with gaping breaches in their hulls. Their masts were broken, and the plates of armor covering their sides bore terrible scars. Some were scorched, some seemed to have been partially dissolved by some unknown liquid. In other words, these broken ships looked no different from the corpses of the nightmare creatures their crew had fought against. Dead, abandoned, and forgotten. If there was one thing in common between all of them, though, it was that there was not a living soul aboard. only bones wearing shredded armor. Everything was dead and silent. Even the waters of the great river grew strangely still, the current almost disappearing. Watching the current stop made Sonny feel a deep sense of unease. He had seen the ceaseless flow of the great river halt only once, all those months ago, in the eye of the time storm. Witnessing something similar happening near Twilight made Sonny wary. Just what the hell happened here? Chapter 1496, Bygone Battlefield. They traversed the old battlefield for several more days. By the end of the second week, there were so many dead nightmare creatures and ghostly ships floating in the still water, surrounded by debris and broken weapons, that it became almost impossible to navigate between them. A strange haze hung in the air, limiting how far they could see. With no other choice, Cassie raised the chain breaker higher, and they flew above the scene of harrowing slaughter. The great river was littered with rotten husks of massive abominations, debris, and shattered ships. Shrouded in the somber twilight, they covered the water like a horrid carpet. That carpet stretched into the distance, eventually disappearing in the haze. Sonny was appalled and shaken by this sight. How many people died here? He was no stranger to battlefields, but this one seemed especially somber and poignant. Although there were much less broken ships than there were slain nightmare creatures, this section of the watery battlefield alone must have taken the lives of countless warriors of Twilight. Not all of them had been ascended, after all, desperate to escape a dying world and create an army of saints to reclaim it. Daron had led most of his surviving subjects here, both awakened and mundane. Before the fall, they had been truly numerous. What is this place? Effie's voice was low. Nephi's glanced at her, then looked back at the dreadful scene. It's the outskirts of a battlefield. This is where our predecessors, warriors of the Twilight Sea, faced the defiled legion of Verge. The Serpent King had once led his people to besiege the cursed city of Verge, but was forced to retreat after failing to destroy the first Seeker. The forces of the defilement must have launched a war campaign in retaliation, and this was the morbid result. Sonny studied the floating corpses. No wonder the defiled have been slow in obliterating fallen grace. The 6 plagues and their tainted army might have been the victors of the siege of Twilight, but the casualties they had sustained were immeasurably severe. Verge did not possess an infinite number of soldiers after all. With how many of the defiled abominations seemed to have perished here in the haze of dawn, there would not be enough of them left to continue an aggressive conquest. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. Perhaps, without the 6 plagues, Twilight would still be standing. Same for Weave and some of the cities ruled by the Sibyls. The cohort would have been able to travel across the great river, slowly gathering allies and building a vast army to destroy Verge. Sonny and Nephi's would have obtained the support of the followers of Weaver. Cassie would have become the saint of the river people. Jet and Effie would have gathered the tribes of the river nomads, and Kai would have earned the trust of the King of Twilight with Mordred's help. But maybe not. Maybe Twilight had always been destined to fall before the new challengers arrived, and the Serpent King had always been destined to descend into madness and become a mindless beast. In any case, that past was gone now, and there was no way to uncover its secrets. Instead, Sonny had to carry the weight of King Daron's crown and of Windflower's trust to finish what the people of the Twilight Sea had started. He gritted his teeth. I'll use your gifts well. Let's proceed. Guided by the light of the sacred relic of the Sibyls, the chain breaker flew above the carpet of dreadful corpses, the broken ships, and the forests of broken weapons. The edge was drawing closer and closer. They could not see far because of the haze, but the wind brought with it distant whispers the endless waterfall was not that far by now. Cassie had lowered the speed of the flying ship to a crawl, afraid that something would unexpectedly attack them from below. This way, at least, they would notice an approaching threat in advance. Sunny was peering into the distance when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky and a black crow landed on Jet's shoulder. Her echo had been scouting ahead and seemed to have brought news. Soul Reaper looked at Crow and raised an eyebrow. "What did you find?" The crow opened its wings and cawed. "Shiny, shiny." Jet frowned. "Shiny? You found something shiny." The echo stared at her for a couple of moments, then clicked its beak and flew into the air again. Jet glanced at Cassie. "We should probably follow." The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then moved the oar, leading the chain breaker away from the direction where the guiding light was pointing. They continued to fly in the direction which used to be downstream, at the same time moving closer to the edge. After some time, a towering edifice revealed itself from the haze. Unlike the carcasses of the leviathans, the structure was clearly made by human hands. A mighty wall rose high above the water, crowned with battlements. The base of the wall was littered with massive spikes, as if to prevent the nightmare creatures from reaching it. There were plenty of dead abominations impaled on these spikes. Several enormous chains stretched into the distance from both sides of the structure, disappearing into the haze. It was a floating fortress. Sunny studied the fortress, impressed by how imposing it looked in the dim twilight of the early dawn. However, for every spike that remained whole, more were bent or broken. Most of the massive chains that had been connected to the sides of the fortress once were torn and covered by rust. The mighty walls were breached and had partially collapsed. The battlements were littered with human bones, with tattered flags hanging lifelessly in the forlorn stillness. The ghost fortress stood empty and conquered, and only the rare rattling of rusty chains broke the hollow silence that surrounded it. Crow was heading directly to the battlements. Landing on the parapet of a partially collapsed bastion, the black bird raised its beak and cawed loudly. Its caws echoed above the water, spreading far and wide. Frowning slightly, Cassie brought the chain breaker to a halt. The members of the cohort gathered on the bow, studying the breached fortress. The guiding light was still pointing away from it, so why had Jet's crow brought them here? Sunny was just about to speak when he noticed something from the corner of his eye. Out there, atop the collapsed bastion, something had just shined brightly. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes with a frown. "What is it?" A moment later, there was a bright shine again, but it disappeared almost immediately. There was a skeletal corpse in polished steel armor laying on the battlement, its back leaning against the locking mechanism of one of the chains. As the chain swayed in the water, the corpse was pushed lightly up and down. When it moved, soft sunlight reflected from the polished surface of its breastplate, almost as if inviting them to come. Sunny tilted his head. That armor, it was mostly covered in grime, but some of it was clean, revealing lustrous, polished steel. That steel was so perfectly polished, in fact, that it was almost like a mirror. He took a deep breath. It seemed that Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was welcoming them to Twilight. Chapter 1497, Chain Barrier. The chain breaker rose higher, eventually cresting the wall of the floating stronghold and coming to a stop above the ramparts. From there, they could see a bit further into the haze. Far away to their left, another floating fortress could barely be seen in the dim twilight, just as battered and forlorn as this one. There was one more to their right. All three had been connected by thick chains once, but those had long been torn. Sunny remained motionless for a moment. It's a barrier to block the great river. There must have been a ring of these fortresses built around Twilight once, with massive chains strung between them both above and beneath the water. That way, the defiled would have had to break through the chain barrier before reaching the city. The other choice would have been to dive much deeper and bypass the fearsome barricade of floating fortresses altogether. But that would have left their backs wide open to retaliation by the garrisons of the vanguard strongholds. In any case, it was easy to see that the defiled had chosen to assault the chain barrier directly. The fighting seemed to have been especially harrowing in the vicinity of the fallen fortresses, and beyond them. Sunny shivered. On the other side of the breached stronghold, there were so many floating corpses that he could barely see the water. It was to such a degree that one could probably walk from here to Twilight without getting their boots wet once. Frowning, he placed his hand on the railing. Before he did, however, Sunny hesitated for a moment and looked at his companions. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was their ally in this nightmare, or at least, he was supposed to be. In truth, it was hard to predict what the devious bastard would do. In the second nightmare, Mordred had slaughtered the entire population of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, all in pursuit of power. So, he was not someone who was going to have a problem with destroying the remains of the river civilization to achieve his goals, nor would he feel burdened by releasing the defiled saints into the waking world. In other words, Mordred could have chosen to ally himself with the 6 plagues if he thought that their method of conquering the nightmare was better. However, Sunny was pretty sure that the plagues needed to either kill or defile every human in the tomb of Ariel to win. And no matter how odious, Mordred was still a human. Unless the Prince of Nothing was ready to surrender his soul to corruption, his only way out of the tomb was to destroy the first Seeker. At least that was what Sunny hoped for. Especially because Mordred was the only person who could teach them about Soul Stealer's flaw, or at least use his knowledge of it to slay his past version. Still, Cassie was immune to Mordred's power due to being blind. Neff's Soul Sea was most likely just as dangerous as Sunny's. If Mordred tried to possess her, he would be incinerated in a radiant inferno of white flame. Jet's shattered soul could not be easily possessed either, due to how unique her aspect was. But Effie had no defense against the Prince of Nothing. The anvil amulet forged by Mordred's father to protect people against his son was with Kai back in the second nightmare. The huntress had refused to take it in favor of the charming archer. Of course, it wasn't a given that Mordred would be able to defeat Effie in a soul battle, but Sunny did not want to risk it. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the huntress and said, "Can you stay and guard the ship?" She frowned a little, but then nodded and forced out a smile. "Sure, you guys go and have fun." With that, she took a step back and leaned on her spear. Sunny took Neff's hand and pulled her into the shadows. The two of them appeared on the battlements below a moment later, while Jet simply jumped down. Cassie glided down with the help of the quiet dancer and landed elegantly among the weathered corpses. All around them were the skeletal remains of the warriors of Twilight. It was easy to see which had been awakened once, and which had been mundane humans. The former were covered only by rotten fabric, their memory armor long gone. The latter wore suits of armor crafted from the hides of nightmare creatures and sublime steel. The corpse Sunny and his companions were looking for was nearby, resting against the locking mechanism of one of the siege chains. They approached the dead man carefully. Soon, Sunny could see the 4 of them reflected in the polished breastplate of the dead man. A white skull stared at him eerily from above it, the empty pits of its eyes full of darkness. Sunny had expected to see Mordred hiding in the reflection, but to his surprise, there were only 4 figures there: Nephi's, Cassie, Jet, and himself. Just what is that bastard planning? For a moment, he was even unsure if Mordred had anything to do with this place. Was it all a coincidence? Then, however, suddenly, Sunny realized that he could not look away from his own reflection. He stared at it, feeling strangely drawn to the polished breastplate, as if an invisible force of attraction was pulling him in. The next moment, the world seemed to have flipped. Everything remained the same, but also strangely inverted. What was to his right was now to his left, while what was to his left was to his right. Sunny was more or less ambidextrous, but he still favored his left hand. Now, he weirdly felt his right hand was more responsive. The corpse in lustrous armor was still there. The sky was painted pale lilac by the light of dawn. The chain breaker hung above him with only a few branches of the sacred tree visible from this angle, but only the flying ship was reflecting in the polished breastplate now. The reflections of the cohort were gone. A cold chill ran down his spine. Sonny gritted his teeth. I'm inside of a reflection. He perceived his companions through shadow sense, making sure that they were still with him. Thankfully, they seemed to be unharmed. Before Sonny could ascertain the situation, though, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. It was just as it had been years ago, in the empty darkness of the sky below. Oh my sunless ladies. I am so incredibly glad to see that you've been able to make it. Chapter 1498, Mirror Realm. Sonny slowly turned around and looked behind him, and there he was, the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked almost exactly like he had the first time Sonny saw his true face. Tall, slender, with raven black hair and a sharp face that wasn't exactly handsome, but possessed a strange beauty to it. His most striking feature, however, were his mirror-like eyes, which reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. There was a pleasant but hollow smile on Mordred's lips. Wait, something is wrong. Sonny frowned. The last time he had seen the Prince of Nothing, moments before entering the Seat of Nightmare, the bastard was battered and bruised, covered in dried blood and missing a hand. But now Mordred looked perfectly fine. There were no wounds on his body and no bloodstains on his tunic. Even his hand was back, as if it had never been severed. Mordred's smile widened slightly when he noticed Sonny's gaze. Raising the hand in question, he waved at them. It doesn't seem like I've been missed. How hurtful. Sonny lingered for a moment, then asked cautiously, Where are we? The space surrounding them looked like one of the floating fortresses of Twilight's chain barrier, but it was also different. Not even mentioning the fact that the entire world had flipped from left to right, there seemed to be a limit to this place. Not too far away from them, the dreadful battlefield disappeared, turning into pure nothing. It was as though someone had erased most of the world, leaving only a small island of matter drifting in the sea of nothingness. It only encompasses what is reflected in the polished breastplate. Sonny felt a chill when he realized that fact. It seemed that his theory that Mordred had somehow pulled them into a reflection was correct. Indeed, the space they had found themselves in only contained the part of the world that reflected in the lustrous breastplate of the withered corpse, and a small area around it. The Prince of Nothing looked around, then raised his hands in a welcoming gesture. This is, let's call it the Mirror Realm. Consider it an extension of my ascended ability. In a sense, it is. Sonny did not like the sound of these words at all. Neither did his companions. Frowning slightly, Nephi's placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and asked in an even tone, In a sense, Mordred hesitated. Well, it's a long story. Sadly, time is a luxury that we can't afford at the moment. Cassie tilted her head a little. Why not? He gave her a guarded look, then looked around with discomfort. There are dangers prowling in this mirror realm just like there are outside it. I have already taken a considerable risk by coming to warn you. Do not continue on your way to Twilight, otherwise you will never come back. His ominous warning hung between them, turning the eerie atmosphere of the fallen fortress even more frightening. Sonny took a deep breath, then asked in a dark tone, Why? Aren't you here, and where is Kai? You haven't done anything to him, have you? Because if you did, you better start praying to the dead gods. Mordred stared at him for a moment. So much hostility. Granted, I might have deserved such treatment a bit, but don't fret, your friend should still be alive. In fact, I'm quite confident that he is. As for how I am able to hold this conversation, you are mistaken. I am not, in fact, here. My reflection is, while my body is lost somewhere in Twilight. If you want to know more, though, you'll have to come with me to somewhere we'll be safe from the monster roaming this mirror realm. You might not value your lives, but I do. Sonny shook his head. That is not good enough. What monster are you talking about? And what do you mean your body is lost? Was it destroyed? Are you a mirror ghost again? The Prince of Nothing looked at him with a somber expression. It's not nice to call people ghosts sunless, Sunny scoffed. Since when am I a nice person? Just answer the questions, damn it, Mordred sighed. My body is not destroyed, it's just trapped within the city. As far as I was able to ascertain, it has something to do with the enchantment array that was set up by the inhabitants of Twilight in any case. I can't freely move in the physical world. The same goes for your friend Nightingale. The difference is that I am able to escape into the mirrors while he can't. It's for the best, really. Even I have barely survived here. Sunny wanted to say something, but Nephi's interrupted him. Raising a hand, she said impassively, "One of us stayed back to guard the ship. Is she in danger as well?" Mordred shook his head. "As long as the ship does not come closer to Twilight, she'll be fine. It is us, the visitors of the Mirror Realm, who are in danger. However, this is also the only place where we can talk, unless one of you is willing to surrender your body to me, of course." He glanced at them and grinned. "I guess none of you are, though." Sunny gritted his teeth and growled, his voice full of threatening malice. "You're goddamn right, don't even think about it," Mordred sighed. "Well then, I don't have much essence left, but it's enough to invite one more person." With that, there was a sound of ringing glass, and Effie was suddenly standing near them, a perplexed expression on her face. However, it was the Prince of Nothing who looked truly startled. His usual mask of pleasant friendliness cracked for a moment, revealing a hint of sincere bewilderment. Staring at Effie's belly, Mordred remained silent for a few moments and then said incredulously, "Ascended Athena, why are you?" Hearing that, Effie smiled sweetly. "Pregnant? Well, you see, your highness, when a man and a woman love each other very much." Sunny's face twitched. "No way. Was it really happening?" Chapter 1499, Prince's Old Clothes. While Effie was giving Mordred, who silently listened to her with a strange expression on his usually composed face, the talk about the birds and the bees, Sunny secretly looked around. A mirror realm. He had never learned what Mordred's ascended ability was, and he did not really know now, either. But it seemed to have something to do with establishing a physical space in the realm of reflections, or at least a space capable of containing physical items and living things. So, in a sense, Mordred carried within himself a pocket dimension, similar to Effie's supreme memory. It was a pure utility ability. But there were still many questions about its reach and extent. For example, could any reflection become an entrance to this mirror realm? No. He had called it a mirror realm. So could there be many of such realms? What was the scope of the space he could create? What were its limitations? The idyllic meadow inside Effie's locket, for example, was around 3 kilometers across. Additionally, while she could send people and creatures inside without asking for permission, it was easy to escape. All one had to do was reach the edge of the small world and attack its painted boundaries. With enough force, the fabric of the pocket dimension would come undone, and the locket would be damaged. What about Mordred's mirror realm? He had already shown the ability to pull people inside against their will, even from some distance. How would one escape being trapped in a reflection? What powers did Mordred possess within this mirror world that he did not have outside? More than that, could it be connected to 2 reflections at the same time, serving as a bridge between 2 physical places? There were too many questions. No, I'm thinking about it wrong. The Prince of Nothing had not said that this was a manifestation of his ascended ability. He had said that it was an extension of it. How had his ability been extended? Who had extended it? And why was there a monster roaming its expanse, one dangerous enough to make Mordred wary? Who could invade Mordred's mirror realm? A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He could think of an answer, and that answer was not at all to his liking. Finally, Mordred cleared his throat and interrupted Effie. "I see. That please accept my sincere congratulations." "I guess. Congratulations. But we've already spent too much time here. It's time to leave." Before any of them could say anything, the world around them rippled. In the next moment they found themselves somewhere else, a place much different from the fallen fortress. Sunny tensed. There was a vast and somber expanse around them. The gray sky was covered by stormy clouds. The surface beneath their feet was shrouded in white mist. The whole space was suffused with soft light, and there, high above, a single radiant sphere was shining like a sun, its pale rays falling through the veil of storm clouds. It seemed as though vague symbols were carved into the surface of the sun, but Sunny could not see them clearly. This place resembled a soul sea. Turning his head slightly, Sunny flinched. There were motionless figures standing in a row in front of him. For a moment he even mistook them for the silent shadows, but no, they weren't shadows. They were people, standing in the mist with empty expressions and hollow eyes. A handsome young man wearing stylish clothes of the waking world. A woman with a weathered face, wearing cheap synthetic attire. A hunched old man in a plain suit similar to those the government officials wore. A broad-shouldered warrior clad in a suit of armor in the colors of clan valor, who looked familiar. A young woman in the uniform of the evacuation army, and a few more. There were several nightmare creatures among them as well, each more repulsive than the previous one. They were Mordred's bodies. Noticing Sunny's appalled gaze, the Prince of Nothing grinned. "Perusing my wardrobe, I hope you don't mind." Sunny gritted his teeth and looked at his companions, who all stared at the hollow bodies with repulsed expressions. He shook his head and turned away. Mordred chuckled. "Why, don't look at me as if I'm some kind of monster. These people weren't using their bodies well anyway." "Like this one," he patted the handsome young man on the shoulder. "I took his body while he was dangling in a noose. That one had only a few excruciating hours left to live, her body full of poison from years of toil in an underground factory. This one, well, this one was surprisingly healthy. But he had siphoned the credits meant for security measures and falsified inspection results to keep the factory running. Ah, well, the one next to him is a retainer of clan valor." Enough said. Mordred shook his head. "I too have standards, you know." Then, noticing Sunny's unconvinced gaze and perhaps remembering the time he tried to steal Sunny's own body for no reason whatsoever, apart from convenience, he added with an elegant smile, "When it suits me. In any case, we should be safe here. This space is mine and mine alone." Sunny took a deep breath, then looked around. Finally, he showed a sign of interest. "Is this your soul sea?" Mordred took a few steps forward, his feet drowning in the swirling mist, and stopped beneath the pale sun. "It is a reflection of my soul sea, technically. This is the true manifestation of my ascended ability." Sunny remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the day Nightmare had come into his true power as a terror, unlocking the Dream Curse ability. I wonder, this ascended ability of his, could it be called a lesser mirror domain? But then he frowned. "Wait. If this is your mirror realm, then what was that reflection of the floating fortress?" Mordred smiled silently. "What else? It's a manifestation of the same ability, just not mine. My powers are not grand enough to encompass an entire city, let alone its surroundings. I simply snuck there like a thief. The true master of that place," he grew silent for a moment and then added in a displeased tone, "is a rather unpleasant fellow. I think he goes by Soul Stealer." Chapter 1500 Perfect Trap. What? The members of the cohort all stared at Mordred, their expressions grim. Noticing their reaction, he smiled. "I was rather surprised to learn about the identities of these 6 plagues, but it seems that you are already familiar with them. Good, it will spare me the explanations." At that moment, Jet, who had been keeping quiet until then, finally spoke. "Soul Stealer is here in Twilight." Mordred remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. "He is. I've been playing hide and seek with him for, gods, I don't even know how long. Time is a funny concept here in Twilight, really. And let me tell you, there is no worse company than a demented nightmare creature version of yourself." He remained silent for a moment, then added matter-of-factly, "He's not the only one either. The Dread Lord is here too." Sonny flinched, experienced a visceral reaction to those words. Damnation. Suddenly, he felt vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by terrible danger. None of them had felt safe while approaching Twilight, but still. The sense of pure dread he felt at the mention of the ruler of Verge was almost palpable. It was not that Sonny was afraid of the Dread Lord, he knew that the cohort would have to clash with the leader of the plagues eventually. But facing him already was simply too unexpected, too sudden. What the hell is happening? Twilight was supposed to be their last stop before the final battle, not the final battle itself. How could the Tyrant of Verge already be here within reach? How could they already be in his grasp? Nephise gripped the hilt of her sword, clearly thinking the same. Mordred, meanwhile, shook his head. Oh, please forgive me. I should have mentioned first that you don't have to worry about the Dread Lord. He can't harm us. In fact, Soul Stealer can't harm us either unless we enter his territory. They are just as trapped as I am, and your friend Nightingale is. Sonny let out a frustrated sigh. Can you just explain what is going on, damn it? Mordred gave him an amused glance. Why, certainly, I was just getting to it, but I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It will be a shame not to enjoy it. He looked at each of them with a pleasant smile and then shrugged. Where do I start? First, as you might have noticed, there was a terrible battle here in Twilight countless years ago. The forces of defilement, that is what it's called, right, wanted to destroy the city, while the warriors of Twilight naturally wanted to prevent it from happening. He sighed theatrically. Sadly, they failed. Suffering terrible losses, the abominations broke through the outer barrier and breached the walls of the city. From what I gathered, that was possible because the defiled legion was led by the Dread Lord, as well as my own corrupted self. Mind you, everything I know was observed while exploring the mirrored version of Twilight. I haven't spoken to a soul since entering the nightmare, so my information might be wrong or incomplete. Mordred remained silent for a moment. In any case, from the looks of it, the walls were breached, and the Dread Lord entered the city with the remaining nightmare creatures. The streets of Twilight are a battlefield. Countless humans desperately fighting against the abominations and their terrible master, while some seem to be turning into abominations themselves. It's a proper mess. There was something strange about what he had said. Nephise tilted her head a little. Are a battlefield, not we're a battlefield. The Prince of Nothing nodded with a dark smile. Indeed. In the midst of this titanic battle, you see, someone activated the enchantment array of the city. A truly powerful sorcery was awakened, its influence swallowing all of Twilight. Sonny groaned inwardly. Windflower did tell me about it, didn't she? That the defensive array of Twilight was similar to the vast enchantment of Alethia's island. Both even used a fragment of the estuary as a core. He sighed. Don't tell me. Does the same day keep repeating itself in Twilight? Mordred gave him a strange look. What? No, what gave you such an odd idea? That would be quite bizarre. Huh. Sonny stared back at him, confused. Then what did the activation of the defensive array do? The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then smiled. Well, simply put, it froze time. The members of the cohort stared at him incredulously. Froze time? Effie's voice sounded a bit exasperated, as if she was tired of time behaving in all the wrong ways here on the Great River. And who could blame her? Sonny felt the same. Hearing her tone, Mordred smiled. Ah. It seems like you have experienced more than your fair share of strangeness here in the tomb of Ariel. But answering your question, yes, it froze time. The moment the defensive array was activated, time inside Twilight completely stopped. And so, the battle raging on its streets stopped as well. He shook his head. The citizens and warriors of Twilight are standing there like statues, frozen in strange poses. The nightmare creatures are the same. Even the Dread Lord, despite all his power and authority, was caught in the trap. Now he's more of a monument to the ruler of Verge, as opposed to an actual tyrant. Mordred's face grew somber. Of course, None of them are truly dead, just caught between two moments forever. If one day the defensive array is deactivated, the battle will resume and the Dread Lord will awaken. Don't think that you can kill him while he's vulnerable. The moment you step inside Twilight, the time will stop for you as well. Even inanimate objects will be frozen in time. It's a perfect trap, he chuckled. If a little desperate, why would the people of Twilight activate the array before evacuating the city? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that the spell played a cruel prank on me. And Nightingale. Sunny had yet to recover from the news that the Dread Lord, someone who was supposed to be their ultimate enemy in this nightmare, turned out to have already been removed from the board by someone. He did not need to guess the identity of that someone, really. Who could have manipulated the events of the Siege of Twilight? It had to have been the Mad Prince himself, who had stabbed his master in the back. And while Sunny was reeling from the news, the meaning of the last words spoken by Mordred finally reached his mind. His eyes narrowed. Wait, Nephi's was the first one to speak. What do you mean? What did the spell do? Mordred looked at them with a dark expression. Isn't it obvious? The roles it assigned to me and Nightingale were warriors of Twilight. Therefore, the moment we entered the nightmare, we were already caught in frozen time, stuck in an inescapable trap. He chuckled wryly. My physical body is also there, standing like a statue in the middle of a frozen battle. So is Nightingale's. It's just that my reflection had escaped into the mirror realm, but for him, not a single moment has passed since the start of the nightmare. He doesn't even know what fate has befallen him. The Prince of Nothing shook his head with resentment. Oh, and there's another creature in Twilight who is in a similar situation to mine. Soul Stealer, that monster. While my realm is modest in size, his encompasses all reflections in the city. I don't know where his physical body is hidden, but his reflection is prowling the mirrored Twilight, and it is dreadful enough to give me fright. He grew silent for a moment and then smiled. There, I think I explained the important parts. I'm sure you have questions. Nephi's gave him a long look, then nodded. I have a question. If I understood it correctly, are you trying to say, white sparks ignited in her eyes, that there is an army of awakened warriors, countless thousands of them, inside Twilight, all waiting for the defensive array to be deactivated, so that they could resume the battle against the defilement? Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 15, 012 Choices. Sunny should have expected what question Nephi's would ask. The Dread Lord was in Twilight, Soul Stealer was there, as well. The city itself was frozen in time. Finally, the truth of how it had been lost was revealed. But what mattered most was that there was also an army of human warriors there, all the people from the Twilight Sea, except for those who had perished during the Siege of Verge and the subsequent retaliation of the defiled horde. Could they really be saved by deactivating the defensive array? Sunny had just the memory to do it. However, the things Mordred had shared with them changed the entire game. Sure, the question Nephi's had asked was reasonable. The primary goal of coming to Twilight was to rescue Kai, but they had harbored a tentative hope of finding more allies here as well. Now, even if there was a caveat, it seemed that their hope could come true. But why was it that they needed allies to begin with? It was to have enough forces in order to attack Verge, which was supposed to be guarded by the Legion of Defiled Abominations and the 6 plagues. Now, 3 of the plagues were gone. Of the remaining 3, 2 were trapped here in Twilight. Numerous defiled had either perished or become frozen in time here as well. Then, didn't it mean that Verge was far more vulnerable than they had ever expected? Vulnerable enough so that the cohort had a chance of destroying the first Seeker without the aid of powerful allies, perhaps. It was as though the only ally they needed was the Mad Prince. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. Aren't I putting too much trust into a nightmare creature? Sure, the vile madman's motives seemed to align with his. But to what degree? And could an ending envisioned by a demented abomination truly fit what Sunny wanted to achieve? It could not. For example, Sunny would have never massacred Weave and treated Anink so cruelly, but for the Mad Prince, it was a perfectly acceptable course of action. Who was to say that the bastard had not planned for something similar to happen again? What else would he have been willing to sacrifice in order to achieve his goal? Doubt, doubt. Sunny was full of doubt. Mordred, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. He studied Nephi's for a few moments, then answered in a pleasant tone. Why? Although I can't be entirely sure, it appears so. Yes, there seems to be an army of awakened warriors in Twilight, all waiting to resume the battle against the defilement. He paused briefly. Do remember that there is also an army of the nightmare creatures there, complete with 2 dreadful defiled champions. But what of it? The point is moot. Unless you have discovered a method to control the defensive array of Twilight during your travels, of course. Mordred looked at each of them in turn and then asked with a hint of curiosity. Have you? Jet raised her eyebrow slightly. You seem to be strangely certain that we have. The Prince of Nothing chuckled. I'll admit it. Yes, I am quite confident that you do indeed possess the means of lifting the curse enveloping Twilight. The spell is always fair, after all, in its own perverse way. Granted, I find its treatment very distasteful this time around. I have been left with no choice but to rely on others to help me escape this predicament, more or less. He smiled. But that is exactly why I believe that you, the others in question, must have a way of helping me free myself. Otherwise, the spell would have been entirely unreasonable, which it never is. Sunny scoffed. Help you? Do we have a reason to help you? All of us are in this mess because of you. If it wasn't for you and your schemes, the Battle of the Black Skull would have never happened, and we wouldn't have ended up in this damned nightmare. Mordred studied him with a friendly smile, then shrugged nonchalantly. Such a small trifle. Are you still mad about it? You should really learn how to let go of past grievances and forgive people, Sunless. Holding on to spite is a terrible way to live a life. Just look at me. You spoke so convincingly about not wanting to serve the great clans, then went and joined the army of valor anyway. But am I mad? No, I graciously forgave you a long time ago. He looked at them with reproach, waited for a few moments and shrugged. Well, if that does not convince you, there is still your friend Nightingale. You might not feel very motivated to help me, but what about him? You aren't going to leave him to rot in Twilight, are you? Sunny glared at the Prince of Nothing for a bit, then grimaced and shook his head. No, most likely. And yes, we do have a way to control the defensive array. However, it is not a given that we should. He looked at Nephi's and said, his voice somber. As I see it, we have 2 choices. One is to enter Twilight, deactivate the array, then try to kill the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer with the help of Daron's army. If we survive, the 7 of us will lead that army to besiege Verge and finish off Torment and the First Seeker. His expression darkened. The other choice is to leave Twilight without facing the Dread Lord and go directly to Verge, just the 5 of us. There can't be that many defiled left there, serving Torment. It will be dangerous, of course, but perhaps less dangerous than fighting the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Mordred coughed. Aren't you forgetting something? Abandoning your friend to avoid danger. Ah, how heartless. Really, Sunless, I thought better of you. Sunny gave him a dirty look. Who is abandoning who? If we manage to destroy the First Seeker, the nightmare will be over. Both of you will return to the waking world as saints without having done anything. Mordred shook his head. What if you fail? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, you know what I am capable of. Don't you think that having me with you will increase our chances of escaping the nightmare? 7 is much better than 5 anyway. There is no reason to settle for less when you can have more. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked at Nephi's. Honestly, he found himself agreeing with Mordred, not only because having the Prince of Nothing fighting by their side would be a boon during the assault on Verge, but simply because leaving Kai behind did not sit right with him. Sunny was not a superstitious man, but he knew more about fate than most. Sure, in theory, a person could conquer a nightmare without contributing anything to its completion. But in practice, the spell was never that kind. One way or the other, trying to hide and bide your time almost always invited disaster. So even if there was no logical reason to worry about Kai, Sunny had a feeling that simply leaving their friend frozen in time would not end well both for him and for them. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. "I don't know. Neff, it's your decision." She glanced at him, then shrugged. Her answer was just as he had expected. "What is there to decide? Let's kill the Dread Lord. We'll go conquer the nightmare after he is dead." Chapter 1502, Flawed Reflection. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then shook her hand and gripped the hilt of her sword. Sparks of white flame were still dancing in her beautiful gray eyes. "I am not suggesting it rashly. We have already faced 2 of the 6 plagues, so we know how fearsome they are." Mordred looked at her in surprise. "Wait, you did," she nodded. "Yes, there were unique circumstances that allowed us to exploit their flaws. As a result, Undying Slaughter killed Devouring Beast and was then finished off by the 5 of us. She had been greatly weakened, and still, we barely managed to survive that battle." Nephis glanced at Sunny. Then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at Mordred, she said, "Oh, and Sunny personally erased the Mad Prince from existence. So thoroughly that there's not even a corpse left. So the 6 plagues are now down to 3. Sunny stared at her incredulously. Everything she had said was technically true. The Mad Prince had indeed been erased from existence by Sunny because Sunny was the Mad Prince. There had not been a corpse left by the transition either. But why did it sound so misleading and outrageous? Did she just steal a page from my book? Was it really the right time to tease him? Nephis, meanwhile, ignored the amused smile on Mordred's lips and continued. "In any case, I am not underestimating the threat posed by the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. I would not have suggested facing them directly in other circumstances, at least not without being able to thoroughly prepare a battlefield of our choosing. But the situation is different here, in Twilight. Here, we'll have an army of allies on our side. This might very well be the best chance of slaying these monsters we'll ever have. One I am unwilling to pass by." She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "However, I will not force anyone to follow this plan. You'll have to decide for yourself." As soon as she was done talking, Mordred smiled brightly. "Why, I think that it is a great plan. Lady Changing Star, you are truly wise. Your exalted reputation is very well deserved, it seems. How wonderful." His smile was perfectly sincere, but Sunny knew the bastard well enough to guess what he was really thinking. Something like, "It's just a shame that I'll have to gruesomely kill you in the future. Well, since it's inevitable, I might as well try to enjoy the process when the day comes." Sunny's eyes darkened. He stared at Mordred for a bit, then spat through gritted teeth. "I don't mind killing Soul Stealer, and the Dread Lord either." Jet simply shrugged. "We'll only ever challenge a 3rd nightmare once. Might as well do it right." Effie was the last to speak. Holding her belly, she hesitated for a bit, then smiled. "I mean, we're not really going to leave Kai in this pit, are we? Let's come up with a good plan and crush those bastards. Or if we can't, let's grab Kai and run away in the chaos. I'm sure we can manage that at least." Finally, all eyes settled on Nephis. She nodded solemnly and looked at Mordred. Her face was motionless, with only the white flames dancing in the depths of her striking gray eyes. "See, Lord Mordred, we are willing to help you escape Twilight. However, there is a condition." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do tell what you have in mind." She remained silent for a while, studying him, then said in an even tone, "As I already mentioned, we were able to slay Undying Slaughter. However, it wasn't because we were more powerful than her. Instead, it was because we managed to exploit her flaw, since the plagues are defiled versions of ourselves. The knowledge of their flaws is the best weapon we possess. Nephi's crossed her arms and added, her expression somber. Sadly, the Dread Lord does not possess a flaw that we can exploit. That already robs us of our main advantage. As for Soul Stealer, we simply don't know what his flaw is. Only you know that, so if you want our help you'll have to share that knowledge, at least in case it can help us defeat him. Mordred looked at them with a pleasant smile. Then he laughed. You want to know what my flaw is? How daring. Should I help you tie a noose around my neck while we're at it? Nephis did not respond, simply staring at him with her radiant eyes. Slowly the smile disappeared from Mordred's face. He sighed, then shook his head with a reluctant expression. Forget it. Soul Stealer's flaw cannot help you kill him anyway, because it's not here. Confused, Sunny gave him a long look. What do you mean it's not here? Mordred shrugged. I mean just that. My flaw is not here in the nightmare. I didn't bring it along. It would be quite foolish to carry something that dangerous around, wouldn't it? His expression was a bit dejected, as if he was not happy about having to share even that little piece of information with them. Sunny, meanwhile, was stunned. What? What kind of flaw can be carried around or left behind? Does it exist outside Mordred? He had never heard about a flaw like that. But then again, he had never heard about someone like the Prince of Nothing. Divine aspects were both extremely rare and bizarre, so who was to say that Mordred's flaw wasn't just as odd? Nephi sighed. So how do we kill him? Mordred grimaced. Kill him, it's not going to be easy. As you might know, I am famously hard to kill. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Sunny. Soul Stealer won't die if you destroy his physical body. He might not even die if you destroy his soul. To truly get rid of him, we'll need to destroy his reflection. And there are only two ways to achieve that. The Prince of Nothing paused, then reluctantly shared the secret of how he could be killed. First is to defeat him in a soul battle when he tries to take possession of your body. Of all of us here, Sunless has the best chance of accomplishing something like that, perhaps changing Star as well, followed by me. No offense, but the rest of you don't stand a chance. Effie and Jet shrugged in unison. None taken. Cassie, who had remained silent before, finally spoke. What is the second way? Mordred nodded. The second way is to destroy his physical body while there are no other bodies around, and no reflections for him to flee into either. Needless to say, that way is not very feasible, so we'll have to somehow lure him into the soul of either Sunless, Lady Nephis, or me. His face suddenly grew dim. Mind you, even I don't know what Soul Stealer's transformation ability is. So he might give us a nasty surprise. In fact, I'm pretty sure that he will. Sunny smiled darkly. That's all right. We are full of surprises as well. Not the least of which is that the Mad Prince is supporting us from beyond the grave. He knew that I would receive the crown of Twilight. He also knew that I'd come to see Wind Flower and learn about its connection to the defensive array of this city. The mad bastard had most likely trapped the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer in frozen time himself, while I'll be the one to release them. Surely, all of it is not a coincidence. Nephis nodded. Let us share information. After learning everything you know about Twilight, we will come up with a plan and prepare. A strange, faint smile appeared on her lips. And then we will make sure that the 3 plagues are no more and only torment remains. We will win. Chapter 1503. Approaching Twilight. Sunny and his companions had come to Twilight expecting a battle, and now that battle was swiftly approaching. The identity of the enemy was far more fearsome than they had expected as well. In fact, it was far too fearsome, while the scope of the battle was far too great. The situation had changed too fast, leaving Sunny shaken. It's strange. He had spent how long? Around 8 months in this nightmare. It was already longer than his stay in the Kingdom of Hope had been, and that was without even considering the long stretches of time that passed without being experienced by him. But still, Sunny had not expected the culmination of the nightmare to happen so suddenly. And that was what the battle in Twilight promised to be, the most dreadful and deadly confrontation they would experience in the tomb of Ariel. The threat Verge posed paled in comparison to it. If they were to win here in this lost and forsaken city, the rest of the nightmare would be simply an epilogue. Of course, that was only so because of Nephi's and her longing. Still, Sunny was struggling to adjust to the shifting landscape of the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was ready. Now there were 6 challengers working together to pass the dreadful trial of the spell. Well, 5.5, considering that Mordred's physical body was frozen beyond the walls of Twilight. 3 of them possessed divine aspects. 2 were among the most deadly masters in the world. There was Cassie as well, whom Sunny could not even place into any kind of power hierarchy. Together, they tried to come up with a plan to kill the Dread Lord and liberate Twilight. Or rather, an approach there was too little information and too many unknown factors to formulate a specific plan. The best they could do was learn everything there was to learn and come up with various strategies, then switch between them according to the situation. Finally, there was nothing left to discuss. Standing in the mirror version of the floating fortress once again, the 6 of them looked beyond its walls into the twilight haze of dawn. Mordred was strangely withdrawn. Eventually, he smiled. "There is no point in wasting time. Remember, stay close to me at all times. I will try to hide us from Soul Stealer's gaze as best I can." He paused for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Of course, we can still stumble upon that monster directly. If that happens, well, at least it will be painless." With a chuckle, he jumped over the battlement and swiftly climbed down the crumbling wall of the fortress. The rest of them followed, careful not to make too much noise. Luckily, there were no spikes protruding from the base of the fortress on the other side. Sunny and his companions were able to descend easily, stepping on the carapace of a dead behemoth that floated in the still water below the wall. Mordred was already there, waiting for them. The chain barrier protecting the city was broken, but it was not the only defensive measure prepared by Twilight. The Dread Lord paid a heavy price to reach the city wall. Ah, but you can see for yourselves. A thrilling sight, isn't it? Sunny did not share his enthusiasm. The surface of the great river in front of them was covered by a carpet of giant corpses. The abominations that had perished here had been terribly mangled, their grotesque bodies littered with ghastly wounds. Here and there, broken ships were floating in still water, with masts that rose into the haze like dead trees. Taking a step forward, Mordred headed to the edge of the carapace. "We can move freely here in the mirror realm." If we weren't in a reflection, however, the frozen time would have already started to envelop us. The most insidious part is that we would have been none the wiser. Eventually, our time would have halted entirely without us ever knowing. Ah, what a terrible fate! Reaching the point where the carapace of the dead abomination disappeared underwater, he easily jumped onto the next one and beckoned them to follow. "Come. The sooner we reach the heart of the city, the better." Together, the 6 of them traversed the dreadful field of floating corpses. With each step, Sunny felt his mood turning more and more grave. The horrid landscape surrounding them was somber, bleak, and silent, but it was proof that an act of unimaginable violence had taken place here once, a long time ago. More than that, the reflection of Soul Stealer could be somewhere close, stalking the twilight haze. He could not allow himself to lose focus. Damnation. Guided by Mordred, the cohort moved from one carcass to another, sometimes walking across the shattered decks of empty ships. There was not a single living soul aboard them. However, the closer they got to Twilight, the more well-preserved the corpses of the dead crew members seemed. "You noticed it, I guess." Mordred lingered for a moment, glancing at one of the dead warriors. The man looked as if he had only died a few days ago. The Prince of Nothing walked past. This close to the city wall, time is already very slow. It will stop completely beyond it. Just as he said that, they finally saw the walls of Twilight. Unlike Weave and Fallen Grace, which were built by connecting a scattering of island ships, Twilight had been built on a single, vast landmass. Or rather, perhaps, landmass was not the right word to describe it. Instead, a carapace of an unfathomably immense nightmare creature served as its foundation. Sonny felt petrified when he realized just how enormous that abomination must have been once. It was far greater than anything he had even seen, incomparable to even the gargantuan black turtle. And yet, it was dead now, its colossal bones supporting a sprawling city. Makes sense. Unlike Twilight, the other settlements on the Great River had not been ruled by a sovereign. Daron had been capable of slaying a colossal horror like this, but not the Sybils. Therefore, their cities had to be composed of individual island ships, while his did not. There was one thing that became painfully obvious when Sonny witnessed Twilight. The bestial serpent king he had fought was a pale shadow of his former self. If they had clashed when Daron was at his peak, Sonny would have been obliterated before even knowing what happened. And yet, he lost this battle. Sonny shivered. Were they all mad to think that they had a chance to prevail where a supreme demigod had failed? Chapter 15:04. Frozen City. The walls of Twilight were tall and imposing, built from stone and reinforced with the scales of powerful nightmare creatures. In the dim twilight of the early dawn, they looked like towering black cliffs. However, now these cliffs were shattered and ruined. Many sections of the wall had collapsed, others had been breached or severely damaged. The corpses of dead abominations piled high, reaching the ramparts in several places. The siege of Twilight had truly been terrible. But what caught Sonny's attention the most was not the devastated state of the city wall, but the eerie nature of the devastation. Time was indeed frozen in Twilight. Shards of broken stone hung in the air, unmoving. Rivers of blood were like abstract sculptures carved from ruby. Dancing flames had turned into motionless, searing blossoms. It was as though some deity had frozen the world in the middle of a fierce battle. "We will have to be more careful now." Mordred's voice was strangely somber. His usual amused smile was nowhere to be seen instead. The Prince of Nothing seemed full of grim apprehension. Looking at the breached walls of Twilight, he sighed. "Soul Stealer is most likely inside the city. We will move stealthily through the back streets and reach the palace. Once we are there, the memory of yours better work, Sunless." Sonny suppressed the desire to grimace. If even that bastard was nervous, the rest of them had to be ready for anything. Without having to say much, they entered the city through one of the breaches in its wall. Finally, Twilight lay in front of them in all its glory. It was entirely unlike the other cities Sonny had seen in the dream realm. There were a few similarities, of course, like the extensive use of materials scavenged from the nightmare creatures in construction, for example. But the architectural style of the Twilight Sea was very unique. It was both robust and airy, paying more attention to practicality than aesthetics, but at the same time expressing the latter in a myriad of subtle ways, fitting for a culture that had come from a world of water and frequent storms. Sonny did not pay a lot of attention to how the city looked, however, taken by what was happening on its streets. There, countless humans were frozen in the midst of a terrible battle against vile nightmare creatures. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of them. Some had been frozen in the middle of swinging a sword. Some had been frozen in the middle of being torn apart by the swarming abominations. The gruesome sight of the frozen battle was both strange and disturbing. But what shook Sonny the most was not the eeriness of the motionless slaughter, but the faces of the people of Twilight. Not a single one of them seemed frightened or desperate. Even those who were dying maintained calm expressions, their eyes full of cold resolve. They did not show anger or fury, either only chillingly dark killing intent. Just what kind of army did the Serpent King create? Sure, humans from the Twilight Sea had come to the tomb of Ariel after witnessing the destruction of their world, which had to have changed them. but they were still people. Sunny had spent plenty of time with seasoned soldiers, and none of them were immune to human emotions. Not all of these people were soldiers either. Some were awakened, while most were mundane. Some were old, while some were young. And yet, he did not see a single person trying to flee or cowering in fear. Strange. Sunny suddenly felt uneasy about their chances of becoming allies with these alien people. However, he did not have time to ponder these matters. Mordred was already walking ahead, carefully maneuvering between the frozen warriors. They entered a narrow street and stealthily advanced toward the center of the city. As they did, Sunny found himself near their guide. He hesitated for a while, then asked quietly, "You've been here for a long time. Don't these people seem a bit strange?" The Prince of Nothing glanced at him with surprise. "How so?" Sunny frowned. "They are too stalwart, I guess." Mordred thought for a few moments and shrugged. "I'm not sure. All people seem a bit strange to me." "Figures," Sunny scoffed internally. But since he was already talking to Mordred, he decided to ask another question. "You must have been really surprised to learn that there's another you walking around, huh?" "I know I was. It's a really weird feeling." The Prince of Nothing raised an eyebrow, then grinned. "Is it weird?" "Ah, it must be, if you say so." Sunny stared at him impassively. What a curious answer. He did not speak after that, preferring to keep quiet. Who knew how good Soul Stealer's hearing was? Eventually, they crossed the outskirts of the city and entered its middle part. The battle seemed much more intense here, as if all participants, both the nightmare creatures and the humans, were rushing toward the heart of Twilight. Strangely enough, there were not that many abominations here. Sure, each of them was immensely powerful, but the defenders of the city still seemed to have an upper hand. The forces of the defilement were being suppressed by them. It made sense. A normal battle would progress in a similar fashion. The invaders would have to fight their way into the city, so their forces would gradually diminish the further away one traveled from the walls. There was just one odd detail. Somehow, it seemed that the epicenter of the battle was not behind them, at the outskirts of the city, but instead ahead of them, near the palace of the Serpent King. Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and frowned, feeling the row of buildings coming to an end not too far away. And indeed, they soon reached a wide open space. Mordred lingered just before entering the square, seemingly tense. Nephi studied the wide square as well, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. "Is there another way?" The Prince of Nothing slowly shook his head. "Not really. The whole city is built like a fortress. The inner districts are separated from the rest, so we won't be able to reach them without exposing ourselves at least a little. Still, as you can see, the skirmish happening on this square is especially fierce. With so many humans and abominations frozen on it, we can at least hide among them." She frowned. "Let's go, then." They entered the square and walked between the motionless warriors. The battle was indeed especially furious in this area. There were so many people and nightmare creatures here that their bodies formed a bizarre labyrinth. Sometimes, Sunny found it hard to squeeze between their frozen figures. Crouching, he crawled beneath a sword that was being plunged into the neck of a repulsive abomination. Standing up, he had to twist his body to avoid touching a frozen fountain of ruby blood. Then, he came face to face with a warrior whose arm was being severed by the fangs of a towering nightmare creature. Sunny shivered. The humans and the abominations were not statues or lifelike mannequins. They were entirely real. He could see every hair, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood on the fangs of the frenzied monsters that surrounded him. All of them were simply frozen in time, and although Sunny knew that it could not happen, he found it hard not to feel as if these warriors would start moving any moment now. The swords would come down, the frozen blood would flow, and the hungry maws would snap shut, turning the silent square into an inescapable hell of bloodshed and violence. Just keep moving. He forced himself to ignore the ominous feeling and advanced forward step by step. Very soon, however, Sunny collided with Mordred's back. The Prince of Nothing had chosen that moment to stop walking for some reason. "What's the matter?" Annoyed, Sunny looked up and froze, noticing how grim Mordred was. His mirror-like eyes were reflecting the frozen world, full of blood and darkness. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing looked back at them and smiled. Then he said in a perfectly calm tone, "Stay." Absolutely still. Chapter 1505, Shape of his soul. All of them froze, fading into the chaotic scene of the motionless battlefield. Surrounded by unmoving warriors and nightmare creatures, the six masters were nearly indistinguishable from them. Sunny and Mordred were next to each other, while Nephi's was a few steps away. Effie and Jet were right behind her, separated from the rest of the group by a few meters. They held their breaths. Soul Stealer is near. Sunny did not see or sense the defiled saint, but there was no other reason for Mordred to warn them. The Prince of Nothing looked too tense. A pleasant smile was playing on his lips, but his eyes were full of cold darkness. Sunny saw his own pale reflection in them, and then he saw something else there as well. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Did something move at the edge of the square? He did not dare to speak aloud, but there was the blessing of dusk. Activating the enchantment of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk, he established a mental connection between himself and Mordred. "What is happening?" The Prince of Nothing remained as motionless as a statue. Even his eyes continued to stare at the same spot. However, his answer arrived shortly. "Why, what else? Soul Stealer is here. He must have sensed us." Sunny suppressed a strong desire to grit his teeth and calmed his heart. Making sure that it wasn't beating too loudly, he asked, "How?" "Didn't you say that you would hide our presence from him?" A hint of dark amusement appeared in Mordred's eyes. "Did I? No, not quite. I only said that I would try to hide it, remember, which I did." He paused for a moment and added in a dejected tone, "Soul Stealer's mirror realm encompasses the entire city. Therefore, he can perceive everything that happens here, all at once. I've been manipulating countless reflections to mask our presence: every puddle of water, every shard of glass, every polished sword, every pair of eyes. Forgive me for making it sound like an easy task, but it's not. Regardless, we've only come this far because of me, but now it seems that our luck has run out." Sunny forced himself to remain calm. It was a bit hard, considering that an even more sinister, more evil version of the Prince of Nothing could have been following their scent. "So, what now?" Mordred shifted his gaze slightly. "Now, well, might I suggest praying? Perhaps that monster won't notice us." After that, he fell silent. Damn it! With no other choice, Sunny continued to stand in place, pretending to be one of the frozen warriors. They had discussed the possibility of something like this happening, of course, but only as the worst-case scenario. To think that their plan would be at the risk of being derailed before the battle even began, this step had been supposed to be the easiest one. The true hardship would arrive when the array was deactivated, and the battle against the defiled legion resumed. A few moments passed in absolute silence. And then, Sunny felt it, the ground beneath his feet shaking subtly, as if something terribly heavy was approaching them with measured steps. He could not turn around and take a look, but Mordred's eyes were like two mirrors. The bloody scene of the frozen battlefield reflected in them, and so Sunny caught a glimpse of the creature that emerged from between the houses, entering the square. His blood turned cold in his veins. Soul Stealer, or rather, the reflection of Soul Stealer, looked unlike anything he had imagined. Undying slaughter and devouring beast had been changed and twisted by the defilement. However, they still resembled their former selves. Soul Stealer did not. In fact, he did not resemble anything Sunny had ever seen. The vague figure that entered the square did not look like a human, but it did not look like an abomination either. Instead, it was like an amalgamation of countless people and numerous nightmare creatures, all fused together into a harrowing patchwork monster. The contours of its body constantly changed, as if light refracted when touching it. Or maybe they were indeed changing, shifting from one shape to another. With each of its steps, the ground shook. Gods, what the hell is that thing? Sunny was appalled and more than a little bit rattled, not only because of how eerie and alien the reflection of the creature looked, but also because there were 7 nodes of vile darkness permeating its monstrous body. Soul Stealer was a corrupted titan. Sunny shifted his gaze and stared at Mordred for a moment. It was the source of this horror, standing next to him with a pleasant smile on his lips. Using that smile to cover the eerie, unnerving wrongness hiding behind it. Should we really be helping this bastard transcend? He hesitated for a moment, then threw these thoughts out of his head. Here in the nightmare, it was good to have Mordred on their side. It was infinitely better, at least, than having him as their enemy. What kind of a weird transformation ability is this? What is he capable of in this form? The Prince of Nothing lingered with an answer. It's not a transformation ability per se. It's simply the shape of his soul. His physical body looks different, hidden somewhere in Twilight. I've never been able to find it. He paused for a moment. Becoming defiled did a real number on me, didn't it? Bah, so unsightly. With that, Mordred's eyes shook a little. That's not what we should be concerned with, though. The real problem is that the monster is moving straight for us. By then, the quaking of the ground had grown more pronounced. Sunny cursed inwardly, but still remained motionless. Surrounded by frozen warriors and abominations, with his back turned to the approaching titan, needless to say, every cell in his body was screaming of danger, pushing him to move. So what do we do? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Sunny. There was no humor left in his cold, mirror-like eyes. I guess it's time for desperate measures. How unfortunate. It's up to you now, Sunless. As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sunny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Damn it! He was already turning, instinctively trying to summon the sin of solace. However, all Sunny saw was the fabric of reality around them cracking like glass, and then shattering to reveal. He was violently thrown out of the mirror realm, crashing on the cobblestones of Twilight, the real Twilight, not its perfect reflection. Damn it all! The only contingency they had in case Soul Stealer discovered them was to escape the world of reflections altogether. Mordred had managed to send them back at the very last moment, so they were safe for now. But the problem was that everyone, including the Prince of Nothing himself, was now frozen in time. Everyone except for Sunny, who was protected from the influence of the defensive array by the crown of Twilight. Standing up, he uttered a quiet curse and looked up, at the distant dome of the Serpent King's palace. Now, he alone could reach it. Chapter 1506, Heart of Twilight. The crown of Twilight was more than a supreme memory. It was also the symbol of power that Daron, the Serpent King, had wielded, as well as the key to the enchantment array enveloping his city. Therefore, the person wearing it was immune to the influence of frozen time in a way. Curse it all! There was a cost to remaining unaffected by the frozen time. Looking around, Sunny felt his essence being devoured at a frightening rate. The crown was using it to protect him. Usually, his reserves would have been drained in a matter of seconds, turning him into another prisoner of Twilight. But luckily, the crown was also helping him replenish the spent essence. He was still losing more than he was gaining, but at least the rate of attrition was not too great. Sunny would not have been able to traverse the entire city, but now that he was most of the way to the palace, he stood a good chance. As long as he did not waste any time. I should hurry. Their exit from Soul Stealer's mirror realm must have been a violent one, because Sunny was not on the square anymore. Instead, he found himself somehow thrown a few hundred meters away from his previous position, at the edge of the inner district they had been aiming for. He was protected by the crown, but his shadows were not. Therefore, Sunny had kept them tightly wrapped around his body in advance, just in case disaster struck. Now that it had, he did not dare send them to search for his companions. Mordred had to have sent everyone into the real Twilight. Here in the true version of the Lost City, Soul Stealer was just as powerless as the rest of the frozen abominations, but the rest of the cohort had become frozen in time as well. So had the Prince of Nothing himself. It was all up to Sunny. We'll find each other when I deactivate the array. Turning his back to the frozen battlefield, Sunny dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, barely dodging the motionless figures of the warriors of Twilight, who all seemed to have been moving in the same direction as him. Here in the inner districts, there were very few rampaging nightmare creatures. However, the signs of destruction were everywhere. As if the city had withstood a devastating bombardment, many buildings had been entirely shattered, and numerous people had perished under the rubble. Blood was flowing like a river, frozen in time like the rest of Twilight. Sunny was an ascended terror, and so, his running speed was far past being superhuman. He navigated the frozen city as best he could, but it was hard to maintain that speed on the crowded streets. On more than one occasion, he failed to react in time and collided with the frozen warriors of Twilight or pieces of shattered stone hanging in the air. Each time, he was tossed back, as if hitting an indestructible wall. The people and objects frozen in time were completely immune to outside influence, and so he could only avoid them. Arg, damn it! Finally, he was forced to slow down. This close to the palace, there were too many people for him to run, and too many destroyed buildings to try moving across the rooftops. Using Shadow Step was only going to rob him of precious essence, so he had to continue on foot. After struggling for several minutes, Sunny finally pushed his way through the crowd of frozen warriors and entered the heart of Twilight. In front of him, separated from the buildings by a vast, ravaged park, stood the Serpent King's palace. However, Sunny did not pay any attention to its magnificent grandeur and unique architecture. Raising his gaze, he looked at the grandiose dome of the palace and shuddered. What the hell? A harrowing, beautiful creature was perched on top of the cracked dome, its talons piercing the crumbling stone. Its glistening scales were the color of the midnight sky, appearing entirely black in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Its vast wings were open, obscuring the heavens. Its sinister eyes burned like distant, cold stars, full of malevolent will and merciless fury. It was a dragon. The dragon's terrifying maw was wide open, frozen in the middle of a deafening roar. Porcelain fangs glistened in the dismal darkness, each resembling a sharp mountain peak. The tyrant of the night sky was beautiful, no, it should have been, but instead it somehow appeared dreadful and utterly hideous. A vile, tyrannical aura emanated from the giant creature, suffused with festering madness. Even unmoving, it instilled Sunny with cold terror. That dragon was the target of the countless warriors who were rushing toward the palace. They assaulted him like a sea, only to be broken, mutilated, and thrown back. Blood and mangled bodies were falling down like rain, frozen in the air by the halted time. Sunny allowed himself to remain still for a moment, enthralled by the eeriness of this harrowing scene. The Dread Lord, the Dread Lord had attacked the heart of the city directly. Daron's palace was already partially destroyed, its dome on the verge of collapsing. It was unclear if the throne room even existed anymore. Sunny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. There is something eerie about this scene. The hideous dragon made for an ominous and startling sight, but the warriors of Twilight were equally haunting. The way they threw themselves into the maws of death without a hint of doubt or agitation made Sunny feel uneasy. There were mundane humans among them, as well. Surely, they realized that nothing they could do would harm the defiled saint. Did they really know no fear? Throwing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny climbed over the rubble and entered the palace. He did not have a lot of essence left, so there was little time to find the throne room. Once there, he would also have to figure out a way to use the crown of Twilight and deactivate the defensive array. Sadly, it did not come with an instruction manual. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. Sonny followed the widest of the corridors, hoping that they would lead him to the throne room. Daron had been a sovereign and brought a cohort of saints with him into the tomb of Ariel. Surely, he would have built his palace to accommodate their transformation abilities. Most of the areas within the palace were only meant for humans, but the truly important places had to be large enough for saints. Otherwise, if an enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to show their strength. The throne room would, without a doubt, be one of these important places. At least Sonny hoped so, knowing that he did not have enough time left to scour the entire palace. Soon, a huge gate appeared in front of him, now broken and turned into a pile of debris. Behind it was an enormous hall. Stark rays of light fell through the cracks in the dome above it, plunging it into twilight. At the center of the hall was a tall dais, with an imposing throne on top of it. The throne was cut roughly from stone, more precisely. It was cut from a single slab of lusterless black stone. Sonny stared at it for a brief moment. Found it. Daron's throne, all of it, had been cut from a fragment of the estuary. It was the lock of the defensive array of Twilight, while his crown was its key. Chapter 15:07 Twilight Throne. Sonny stared at the black throne. The grand hall of the Serpent King's palace was empty and dim, stone debris littering the floor and hanging in the air, dust particles frozen in the stark rays of light. Despite the cataclysmic battle happening outside, it was perfectly silent except for the hoarse sounds of his breathing. Right. Let's do this. He felt a complicated mix of relief, anticipation, and dread. Relief and anticipation because he had made it in time, dread because the battle against the horde of the defilement would resume the moment he accomplished his task. The monstrous soul stealer, the harrowing dread lord, they were going to have to fight these beings. Sonny still remembered the terror of facing a corrupted titan in battle. The winter beast alone had been enough to wipe out the remains of the first evacuation army and the millions of refugees in Falcon Scott. The deathly frost of that dark day had seeped into his bones, but today was going to be different. All the members of the cohort were here. Mordred was here, too, and a vast army of warriors from a distant realm, all seasoned veterans of the nightmare spell. Sonny had grown much stronger as well. We'll kill them both. Shaking off the momentary hesitation, he walked toward the black throne. As he did, Sonny noticed something behind the dais. The throne room was not entirely empty. After all, someone was standing there, frozen in the middle of looking up at the crumbling dome. A tall and elegant figure wearing ivory armor which was tied at the waist with a burnt umber sash. Auburn hair, green eyes. Sonny froze for a moment. Kai. So this was where the spell had sent his friend. Kai had been in the throne room all along, frozen in time and not even aware of what was happening around him. All the long months that had passed were like a moment to him. Sonny did not even know whether to feel jealous or sad for his friend. Looking away, he put his foot on the first step of the dais. Hang in there, buddy. I'll release you really soon. His essence was getting dangerously low. Climbing on the dais, Sonny stopped in front of the black throne, unsure what to do. The first idea that came to his mind was to sit on it, like Daron must have done when he held court in the past. But somehow, Sonny did not like that idea. He never aspired to be a king of anything, let alone of a city whose former king he had killed. Magnificent thrones were not really his thing. He was already plenty happy with his handy shadow chair. Whatever. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sonny took a step closer and suddenly noticed a circular groove carved into the back of the throne. Its size and depth seemed just about right. Cassie had destroyed the time enchantment of Alethia's island by inserting the key into a slot carved into the estuary fragment. Following an impulse, Sunny took off the crown of Twilight and brought it to the circular groove. As soon as he did, an invisible force pulled the band of dark metal out of his hand. The crown fitted the groove perfectly, merging with the black stone of the throne. Luckily, its connection to his soul had not been cut. Sunny could still make use of its enchantments. He also felt a different, much vaster connection being established between his soul and something immense. The city itself, perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Sunny looked up at the cracked dome of the palace and pulled on that connection, giving a mental command. In the name of Daron, the Serpent King. In the name of Wind Flower of the Twilight Sea, and all those who have fallen, lost from light, order time to flow once more. For a few moments nothing happened. The grand hall of the palace was just as still and silent as before. But then, a loud sound tore the silence apart. It was the sound of a shard of stone falling on the floor. Sunny turned swiftly and saw pieces of debris scattering across the marble tiles. His eyes widened when he realized the significance of what just happened. Then it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the world. The dust that had been hanging in the air, motionless, moved and danced in the rays of light. The shard of stone raining from the cracked dome of the palace plummeted down one after another, breaking against the marble floor. A muffled murmur of the disastrous battle seeped through the stone walls of the palace, sounding like the rising sea. I actually did it. And then something struck the dome with a deafening noise, making the whole palace shake. Sunny felt claws of fear grasp his heart. Yes, he had indeed done it, and now it was time to face the consequences of what he had done. There was an evil dragon right above his head right now, hellbent on slaughtering every human in Twilight. There were also the members of the cohort lost somewhere on the streets of the city, a dreadful mirror titan, and an army of eerie warriors whose loyalty had to be won somehow. But first, tearing the crown of Twilight from the groove cut into the black throne, Sunny put it on his head and hurriedly dashed toward the lone figure standing beneath the dais. Kai was just now starting to move. He swayed a little and took a step back, stumbling over the first step of the dais. Before he could fall, however, Sunny caught him and started dragging him away from the throne. The charming archer looked very confused. Sunny, what is happening? Are we in the nightmare? Feeling the palace quake once again around them, Sunny cursed inwardly. Hey, Kai, short version. Yes, we are in the nightmare. There is an evil version of you who is an abominable dragon trying to eat us right now. Don't worry, though. There is also an army of alien warriors from a destroyed world to help us kill you, the dragon. The rest of the cohort is also here somewhere. We got separated when a corrupted titan attacked us in the mirror version of this city, which was frozen in time. But now I thought it, I guess. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled. Oh, and also Effie is pregnant. The archer stared at him with wide eyes for a few moments. I know, Sunny almost stumbled. What, you know about the plagues, the Twilight Sea, and the defensive array? Kai shook his head and outstretched one arm, summoning his bow. No, I know about Effie. She confided in me weeks ago. I have no idea what the rest of the things you said mean. Sunny stared at him incredulously, feeling hurt for some reason. So she told Kai, but she didn't tell me. HMPH. He couldn't help but say vindictively. Actually, I knew months ago, which was still later than Kai, but technically true. Kai gave him a strange glance, then opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment, Sunny froze. Something was very strange about the palace. It took him a moment to realize what had changed. Why is everything so quiet? The muffled sounds of the furious battle raging outside had disappeared at some point, plunging the world into eerie silence. Sunny felt his hair stand on end. He had a dreadful premonition that they had made a terrible mistake somewhere, Chapter 1508 Unleashed Sunny. What is it? Kai must have read something from his expression. But Sunny did not know how to answer. He was suddenly in a state of mild panic, feeling like there had been a mistake in their plan. They must have misunderstood the situation somehow. But what was there to misunderstand? Twilight was besieged by the forces of the defilement. In the middle of the battle, the Mad Prince had activated the defensive array, trapping Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord in frozen time, and therefore escaping from the clutches of his master. The madman had also manipulated the events of this cycle to make sure that Sunny arrived at Twilight wearing the Serpent King's crown. He must have wanted the battle to resume, so that his future self, free of being enslaved to the Dread Lord, could turn its tide and destroy the Tyrant of Verge. Right. I don't know. Something is wrong. Sunny gritted his teeth and pulled Kai to follow him, aiming to leave the throne room as soon as possible. They had to traverse the battlefield and find the other members of the cohort first. Together, they would stand a much better chance of surviving the clash with the defiled legion. But before he could take another step, the palace shuddered, throwing both of them to the ground. There was a deafening rumble behind them, and the great hall was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. A whole section of the dome shattered and collapsed, revealing the beautiful twilight sky above and the giant head of the harrowing dragon that had broken it. Enormous chunks of stone fell down, burying the black throne beneath debris. Luckily, Sunny and Kai had already distanced themselves from the dais, otherwise they would have been buried with it. Damnation! The Dread Lord's head passed through the breach, hovering in the air on his long neck. His eyes shone with starlight, full of sinister madness and malevolence. Then the harrowing dragon pushed his enormous body inside, causing more of the dome to collapse. A moment later, he landed in the throne room with a loud thud, and the palace shook once more. Strangely enough, though, it did not look as if the Dread Lord was chasing them. Instead, it almost looked as if he was escaping something. Towering above Sunny and Kai, the dragon gazed at them and opened its maw, his porcelain fangs glistening in the dim twilight. Sunny cursed inwardly and called upon his shadows, at the same time summoning the sin of solace. However, before he could, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded in his mind, causing him enormous pain. Stop! And following the Dread Lord's command. Sunny halted, frozen in place. It was as if the dragon's words were the law and he was unable to disobey. What? But the shadow bond, by his side, Kai was frozen still as well. It was only then that Sunny realized that the Dread Lord had not used the shadow bond against him. It was simply the authority of his voice. It was Kai's ascended ability, amplified and made more terrible by the dragon's corrupted rank. Kai's power had always been more than a little bit sinister. The charming archer was a good and honest person by nature, so he only ever used it to inspire his allies and influence nightmare creatures. However, in the hands of someone less decent, it had the potential to produce truly terrifying results. Being able to make anyone do anything, at least those of lesser ranks than you, was very much like wielding absolute power over them. And power, as everyone knew, corrupted. Sunny had always known that his friend's aspect had a scary side to it. That was why he was not too surprised to learn that it was the gentle and caring Kai who had become the dreadful Lord of Verge, with Kai's upright character destroyed by the curse of the defilement. The insidious side of his aspect would have had nothing to keep it in check anymore. However, knowing and experiencing it himself were two different things. Curse it! Paralyzed by the dreadful command, Sunny kneeled in front of the towering dragon. Somewhere else, on the devastated streets of Twilight, Nephi's was released from the inescapable trap of frozen time. Disoriented, she fell and rolled, jumping to her feet a moment later. All around her, the time shackles binding the warriors of Twilight were slowly coming undone. Their cold eyes were regaining the spark of life. Their chests were beginning to rise and fall as they breathed for the first time in countless years. Their weapons glistened as they reflected the light of dawn. Sunny was gone. Considering that the defensive array had been deactivated, he must have reached the palace already. Mordred of Valor was nowhere to be seen. He had returned to his physical body, which was lost somewhere in Twilight. Cassie, Effie, and Soul Reaper Jet had to be somewhere nearby, but she couldn't see them. We can still win this battle. Although the cohort had been separated when escaping Soul Stealer's mirror realm, their primary goal was achieved. Time had been unfrozen and the warriors of Twilight were released. Now they just had to regroup, join forces with the defenders of the city, and overcome the invading legion of abominations. The battle would not be easy. It would be cruel and harrowing, maybe even lethal, but when had it ever been different? Nephis took a step forward and hesitated for a moment, looking at the warriors around her. Suddenly, she had an ominous premonition. Something felt wrong about the scene. I need to convince them. She was a stranger to these people. They did not know that countless years had passed since the start of the battle, that their king was dead, and that their world had long been destroyed. That challengers from an alien realm had entered the nightmare, hoping to prevail where their predecessors failed. But still, the spell had a way of simplifying things. In its terrible world there were humans, and there were nightmare creatures. Nephis might have been from a different world, but she was also a human. Therefore, she was a natural ally simply by virtue of not being a nightmare creature. Looking at the defenders of the city, Nephis pushed down the familiar, debilitating discomfort of talking to strangers and said, her voice bright and clear, "Warriors of Twilight, I am." And then something odd happened, forcing her to fall silent and grip the hilt of her sword. Countless people crowding the street all turned to look at her. They did so with perfect synchronicity, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their eerie faces were calm and motionless. None of them said anything, simply staring at her in ominous silence. Seeing herself reflecting in thousands of emotionless eyes, Nephis realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She might have been a human, but these people were not anymore. A harrowing realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. They were Soul Stealer, all of them. Nephis finally realized her mistake. But by then it was already too late to change anything. Chapter 15. 09. Stolen Bodies. The frozen battle they had witnessed was not a battle between the defiled legion of Verge and the defenders of Twilight. Instead, it was a battle between the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. The two defiled saints must have clashed as soon as the last true bastion of humanity in the tomb of Ariel had fallen. Perhaps it was because they had needed each other's power before that. Perhaps it was because Soul Stealer had finally become capable of resisting the authority of the Dread Lord after devouring the souls and stealing the bodies of millions of humans in Twilight. Can it be his transformation ability? To split his soul into countless shards, all beholden to one sinister will. That would be a terrifying power in the hands of someone as devious as the Forsaken Prince of War. He had already been insidiously dangerous due to his ability to slither into human souls and wear their bodies like costumes. What if Mordred of Valor could possess not one, but several stolen bodies at the same time? Or millions of them after becoming the Soul Stealer? Surrounded from all sides, with countless hollow eyes looking at her with an eerie lack of human emotions, Nephis took an involuntary step back. However, there were countless taken warriors standing behind her as well. There was nowhere to retreat, no path to salvation, except for the impossible one she could try and cut for herself. She gritted her teeth. At least, Sunny is not here. As numerous humans moved toward her, Nephis looked at them with cold resentment and unsheathed her sword. Not too far away, Effie, Jet, and Cassie found themselves inside a half-collapsed building. The blind girl was the first one to regain her senses, catching the tall huntress before she could fall. Pieces of rubble rolled on the cracked floor. the noise of their fall sounding thunderous in the eerie silence of the frozen city. Although by then, the city was not frozen anymore. Out there, all around them, twilight was beginning to stir. Jet summoned her scythe, looking over the collapsed wall of the building. Beyond the rubble, on a narrow street, the figures of the stalwart defenders of Twilight were slowly coming back to life. There were no nightmare creatures nearby, only people. But her expression was troubled for some reason. "They're moving." Effie regained her balance and followed Soul Reaper's gaze. A small smile appeared on her lips. Doofus must have reached the throne room then. She looked at the human figures outside. "Those guys seem a bit weird though, huh? I guess it's only natural for people from a different world. Well, at least they're tough. Soft people don't survive the spell." Her voice gradually faded away, replaced by a tense silence for a moment. "Why are they staring at us like that?" Before Effie could finish the sentence, a delicate hand appeared in front of her eyes, covering them. Cassie was standing on tiptoes, preventing her from looking at the warriors of Twilight. Jet was slowly backing away. Before the huntress could react, Cassie spoke in a grave and urgent tone. "Effie, take Soul Reaper and yourself into the locket. Now." Effie hesitated for a moment but did not ask any questions. A moment later, her figure disappeared. So did Jet's. They were gone, safely transported to the idyllic meadow. All that remained was an iron locket on a black cord which fell to the ground. Before it touched the cracked floor, however, the cord was caught on the blade of a slender rapier. Raising the quiet dancer, Cassie caught the locket and cautiously put it around her neck. Then she turned to face the approaching figures. Behind the silver half-mask, her beautiful blue eyes were cold and somber. The tip of her rapier shook slightly, then moved, pointing at the emotionless humans. Somewhere else, Mordred fell to the ground and gasped when his bloody stump hit the rubble. A pained groan escaped from his lips, then a stifled chuckle. Looking up, he observed the ruined street. All around him, humans and nightmare creatures were being slowly released from the shackles of frozen time. Their weapons moved, their maws opened hungrily. Blood flowed onto the cold stones once more. Mordred remained motionless for a moment, looking upon the world through countless reflections. Then his eyes widened slightly. "So that's how it is." An amused smile twisted his cracked lips. Leaning on his sword, Mordred struggled to stand up and grinned when he felt countless eyes and yet only a single gaze landing on him. Ah, how unfortunate. All his reflections had been destroyed. He only had a single soul core left, reducing his power to that of a mere beast. His own ascended body was missing a hand, while his best spare was nothing more than an awakened squire with a modestly useless aspect. Truly, the circumstances couldn't have been worse. Well, at least things wouldn't be boring. He had spent so many months, or was it years already, hiding from his defiled self in complete solitude. Any kind of excitement was better than that dull existence, no matter how fatal it would turn out to be. Such wonderful odds. I feel refreshed. Smiling, he raised his sword and pointed it at the nearest warrior. Then, his smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of cold contempt. His mirror-like eyes calmly reflected countless approaching figures, full of dark killing intent. "I haven't had the pleasure of putting down repugnant things like you in a long, long time. Come, if you dare, let's see which one of us will be the last one standing." Mordred took a step forward as well. Back in the Serpent King's palace, Sunny was kneeling on the marble floor, paralyzed by the dragon's command. The Dread Lord towered above him and Kai, full of sinister malevolence. Looking at the terrifying porcelain fangs of the defiled saint, Sunny felt a dark sense of foreboding. Curse it! Where were the warriors of Twilight? Why had they not stalled the damned herald of the estuary at all? The battle had not even properly started, and he was already in such a desperate situation. Sunny could almost feel the shadow of death pulling him into its cold embrace. He looked at the Dread Lord bitterly. At least Nephi's is not here. Sunny was in a desperate situation, but not a hopeless situation yet. There were still things he could do to try and get himself and Kai out of this predicament alive. He just had to gamble with their lives and hope for the best. Before he could, though, a human figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken dome of the palace. And then another, and another. The warriors of Twilight had finally caught up with the Dread Lord. Chapter 15:10. King's resentment. Sunny could not even turn his head to take a better look at the humans that had appeared above the ruined throne room, standing on the edge of the collapsed sections of the dome. At least he knew now that the army of Twilight was not gone. It was still out there, beyond the walls of the palace, fighting against the invading abominations, fighting against the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Thank the dead gods. He had no hope that these few warriors would be able to defeat the dreadful dragon if they had the ability. There would have been no need to plunge Twilight into the eternal trap of frozen time, to begin with. But they could at least distract the Dread Lord for a few moments, which would give him an opportunity to somehow rid himself of the command, perhaps. Once Sunny was free and reunited with the other members of the cohort, they would join the defenders of the city and help them slay the defiled saints. He was already planning his next actions when something strange happened. The people who had climbed the dome of the palace jumped down into the throne room without hesitation, which wasn't that strange in and of itself, except for the fact that not all of them were equally powerful. The few masters among them landed easily, ready to attack the next moment. The awakened warriors were less graceful, crashing heavily on the marble floor. Most frightening of all was that there were mundane humans among them as well. The height of the dome was too great for them to survive the fall. They hit the floor with repulsive sounds, painting it with their blood, dying senselessly. What are they doing? Witnessing the dreadful scene, Sunny felt horrified. Dozens of people were emotionlessly jumping to their deaths, not even hesitating before taking the fatal plunge. It was so appalling, so meaningless, so inhuman. His eyes widened as a terrible suspicion surfaced in his mind. As those of the warriors who were strong enough to survive the jump dashed forward to attack their enemy, the harrowing dragon simply swiped his tail, pulverizing their bodies into puddles of blood. A crimson haze spread through the dim twilight of the great hall. Sunny was suddenly nauseated. Soul Stealer, those people, were taken by Soul Stealer. The strangeness that he had felt from the moment the cohort entered Twilight. The eerily emotionless faces of the defenders of the city, their cold, empty eyes, the morbid revelations that Nephi's had experienced moments before flooded Sunny's mind, forcing him to shudder or at least try to. The Dread Lord's command held his body firmly in place. Impossible, impossible. There were millions of people in Twilight. How could Soul Stealer have possessed them all? What kind of monster could do that? What kind of conscience could control millions of puppets, reflecting false copies of their souls? He reeled, remembering the ghastly being they had seen in the mirror version of Twilight. That being the reflection of Soul Stealer's own twisted soul had looked like a repulsive amalgamation of countless humans and nightmare creatures, all joined together into an abominable patchwork monster. A demented, fractured monster like that probably could. Sunny felt utter despair, but also a strong desire to curse. That goddamn Mordred. Even when he's on our side, he's still such a disaster. How could a person be such a bad omen? Whenever the Prince of Nothing appeared, something utterly terrible was bound to happen. Calm down. There was no point in seething with anger at Mordred. There was no point in wondering how Soul Stealer could have devoured all of Twilight, or why he and the Dread Lord were fighting each other. None of that would help Sunny survive the current situation. It was also not going to help him salvage that situation. But could it even be salvaged? Weren't all of them already doomed? The plan had been based on completely wrong information from the very start. No, we can still win somehow. There had to be a way. Sunny felt sick to his stomach and frightened for Nephi's and the rest of his companions, who were lost somewhere out there, on the streets of Twilight, surrounded by the numerous bodies of Soul Stealer. Especially Effie, who was much more vulnerable to the insidious powers of the Mirror Wraith than the rest of them. But he could not do anything about that, at least not now. In fact, Sonny had his own dire problem to deal with. The Dread Lord might not have been as utterly horrific as Soul Stealer, but he was still a foe far more dreadful than words could describe. And dealing with him was now up to Sonny. No matter what else happened, the Tyrant of Verge had to die. I have to kill that fiend. I have to kill him somehow. The Dread Lord had already dealt with the Soul Stealer puppets that had pursued him into the throne room, but more were pouring over the edge of the broken dome like morbid rain. The two plagues were fighting each other, which was good for the cohort. But their clash did not mean that Sonny and his companions would not be destroyed in the process. In fact, now that they were here in Twilight, they had become alluring tools for the defiled saints. The Dread Lord was, without a doubt, capable of using his authority to turn them into deadly weapons against Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, meanwhile, could empower himself even further by taking their bodies. Damn it all. The Dread Lord's authority, it was a manifestation of Kai's ascended ability, and Kai's ascended ability was a mental attack of sorts. Sonny already possessed a very high resistance to mental attacks, but that resistance was relative. It was enough, for example, to shrug off an order given to him by Kai, a fellow master. But in front of a defiled saint, and one as immensely powerful as the Dread Lord, it had proved to be insufficient. A complete immunity to mental attacks, however, was much less relative. In fact, it was closer to being absolute. As fate would have it, Sonny possessed a memory that could grant them just that, albeit at a cost. Unable to move, he used the Shroud of Dusk to send Kai a mental message. Kai, listen to me carefully. His friend did not move, he was unable to, but his response arrived shortly. I'm listening. Sonny took a deep breath. When I start moving, think of me as an enemy. Don't get close. It will be dangerous. With that, he sent his essence into the crown of Twilight. King's Resentment, Enchantment Description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. The next moment, Sonny felt the invisible shackles holding him in place shattering. And at the same time, he felt a fury so vast that it couldn't be described with words shattering his mind. His thoughts were incinerated by the terrible, mad, boundless ire. He lost awareness of who he was, what he had to do, what he hoped to achieve. All he knew was that he had to destroy, kill, hurt, annihilate everything. Everyone, all of them. I'm lost from light. Some small vestige of his sanity remembered to utter his true name, hoping that it would anchor his crumbling mind. But it didn't work. All it did was remind him of the tools he had at his disposal to visit utter devastation upon the world. A low, bestial growl escaped from his mouth. And then, a wicked smile appeared on his lips. The crown of Twilight had another gift to give him, a nearly endless amount of essence. Now that the defensive array was deactivated, nothing was draining his reserves anymore. It was all at his disposal. Jumping forward, Sonny called upon the shadows, surrounding himself in a sea of them. Then, a giant serpent with black scales, clad in a fearsome onyx armor, emerged from the sea of shadows, murderous wrath burning in his mad eyes. Slithering across the ruined floor of Daron's palace with stunning speed, the monstrous serpent created in his image lunged at the towering dragon and coiled himself around the winged horror's mighty body. Without wasting a single moment, Sonny opened his terrifying maw and tried to sink his fangs into the Dread Lord's neck. Chapter 15:11. Drowning Star Nephis saw the Serpent King's palace sway from afar. Its dome was collapsing, and a net of cracks appeared on its walls. However, she had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the distance. The street she had found herself on was crowded with countless warriors, and all of them were moving toward her, an eerie emptiness hiding behind their ruthless eyes. Hundreds of them. Thousands, even, and that was only on this one street. Enemies were in front of her, behind her, and on all sides. There seemed to be no escape from this human flood. Their hands were already reaching toward her, aiming to catch her and push her down. Surrounded by the undulating mob, Nephi struggled not to surrender to primal fear. Before the first hand touched her chainmail shirt, she took a stance and lashed out with her sword. The movement was ingrained into her very bones, absorbed by both her body and mind. Mass, speed, force, space, and time. Levers and fulcrums, transfer of energy. That was what swordplay was, deconstructed to its most basic pillars. Her body was a versatile and intricate tool for expressing these principles. Of course, there was another element to it, one that existed outside the scope of fundamental physics: thought. After all, the most perfect tool would be useless without a conscious will to guide it, and thoughts both her own and those of her enemies could become a tool in turn. But that was much harder to master. The severed hand fell to the ground, bright blood spilling on the cobblestones. A normal human would have recoiled in terror, or at least showed a reaction. Even a nightmare creature would not have completely ignored the loss of a limb. However, the empty shell hosting the perverse consciousness of Soul Stealer did not pay it any attention, continuing its lunge at Nephi's. She had calculated that the warrior would not be deterred as well. Shifting her weight, Nephi's turned her torso and allowed the warrior to brush past her. At the same time, she gave him a measured shove. The man was already losing his balance, so that was enough to send him stumbling into the wall of people to her left. Her sword had never stopped moving. After severing the arm of the nearest human, she pierced the neck of another, then slammed the guard of the sword into the third, all in one fluid motion. By then, the hand she had used to shove the first warrior was already landing back on the hilt, giving her more leverage and therefore speed, and therefore freedom. Nephi's exploded into motion, shredding the bodies of the closest attackers like a hurricane of steel. A bright radiance suffused her skin, making it seem as though a merciless spirit of light was moving through the crowd of mortal warriors. One after another, their bodies seemed to melt in that light, severed and cut apart. The white radiance was soon tinted red, shining through the bloody haze. Faster. Her mind was silent and clear, moving at incredible speed. She perceived a million details about her environment, seamlessly assimilated these observations into a comprehensive understanding, and instantly formulated flawless responses to the shifting landscape of the battlefield. The silver longsword cut down anyone who entered within its reach, knowing no mercy or hesitation. Crimson blood was boiling and evaporating from its incandescent blade. Nephi's was alone, surrounded by thousands of enemies. However, that was all right. Many of these people were awakened, but most were mundane. They were much slower than her, much weaker than her, much more fragile than her. More than that, numerical advantage had a limit to how much it could help them after a certain point. It did not matter. The bodies of these warriors all took up a certain amount of space. Only so many enemies could attack her at the same time, obstructed from approaching her by the walls of the surrounding buildings and the bodies of their own comrades. So it wasn't like Nephi's had to fight with thousands of Soul Stealer's marionettes at the same time. She only had to fight against a dozen or so at once, and those she could kill. But what did it matter? She could kill a dozen. She could kill 100, 1,000, 10,000 maybe, but she couldn't kill millions of them. Sooner or later, she would grow tired. Her essence would run dry. Soul Stealer would send the more powerful awakened and swarms of masters to confront her. Warriors who could bulldoze through the walls of the buildings, destroying her only advantage, would appear, as well as those possessing insidious aspects and arsenals of potent memories. In the end, she would be buried under a mountain of human flesh and torn apart. What do I do? Nephi's cut down an awakened warrior wielding a long spear, severed a mundane soldier in half, pushed through the rain of blood, and pierced the throat of a heavily armored swordsman. The enchanted plate armor could not stop her blade, parting in front of it like paper. She kicked the swordsman's body, sending it flying back to crush and maim a dozen hollow-eyed warriors. There was only a split second remaining before she would receive a blow on her back spinning around. Nephi sliced through the descending sword, the attacker's arms, and his neck. What do I do? There were still thousands of enemies surrounding her. If anything, there were more of them now than there had been before. Despite the gruesome deaths of the first wave, their faces remained cold and emotionless. Their eerie eyes were full of emptiness and chilling malice. They were still advancing, aiming to bury her under an avalanche of bodies. Nephi's moved, knowing that she could not stay in place. She was faster than them after all, and although a wall of steel and flesh surrounded her from all sides, her sword was sharp enough to cut it down. She cut, pierced, and crushed. She calculated every move both of her own and of her enemies perfectly. She was 10 steps ahead in her calculations, even plotting a bloody course through the flowing mob in advance. That was the only way not to drown in the flood. What do I do? Where was Sunny? Where was Cassie? What happened to Effie and Jet? Were they still alive, or had they already been taken as hosts by Soul Stealer? What about Kai? Had he escaped the trap of frozen time only to be devoured by the Mirror Fiend? What about Mordred of Valor? What had happened to him? Distracted by these thoughts, Nephi allowed the tip of an enemy's spear to strike her shoulder. The chainmail shirt held, but the cadence of her fluid sword dance was thrown into disarray, forcing her to scramble and recalculate dozens of movements. What was she supposed to do? Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Nephi looked ahead somberly. Then furious white flames ignited in her eyes. Kill them all, I'll just kill them all. I'll try, at least. Her sword flashed, countless lives turning to ash in the incandescent glow of its blade. Chapter 15, 12 Chaos and Mayhem. Somewhere far away, Mordred was in a similar situation. Of course, he did not possess the physical strength, speed, and resilience of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, however. He did possess his own arsenal of tricks. I wonder. He had escaped into a section of the city where the ground had been broken by some titanic blow. Shallow water covered the cracked cobblestones, with ruined buildings rising from it like islands. The twilight sky reflected in the water, turning it into a beautiful painting of soft colors. Mordred was using the reflections to stay ahead of his pursuers. Countless human figures were surrounding him, their weapons hungry for his blood. If I tried to possess one of them, what would happen? Usually, he would have to bet his life against the soul of his victim, armed only with their reflected power. But these warriors had no souls. They had long been destroyed by Soul Stealer, that imposter. So would Mordred have to battle against the soul of the defiled saint, or the reflection of the dead victim's soul? Whose power would he be able to reflect? He was both curious and reluctant to find out. Not just yet, at least. Dodging a swift sword, Mordred pierced the attacker's throat, dodged another strike, and jumped back. A subtle frown appeared on his face. Inconvenient. The worst part about slaughtering these hollow vessels was that they were just that, vessels. There were no souls inside the bodies of the taken warriors, and so he was not growing stronger from killing them. Otherwise, Mordred would have been able to slowly restore his monster core, maybe even the demon core if he was diligent and lucky. With those, he could create a new reflection or two. Without them, things were proving difficult. He would have preferred slaughtering actual people instead. What was it that Sunless likes to say? He emotionlessly cut down a young woman wearing an archaic garment and sighed. Damnation! The ring of enemies surrounding him was growing tighter. He couldn't do much against them with one hand. All Mordred could do was flee. Stepping into the reflected sky, he appeared a few hundred meters away, in the middle of a furious clash between the vessels of Soul Stealer and a swarm of nightmare creatures that were still loyal to the Dread Lord. So the imposter has a limit too. Why hadn't Soul Stealer taken these abominations as well? Mordred smiled as he finished off a lumbering monstrosity. Finally, he felt his soul growing stronger. Was it because destroying the souls of those already taken by the defilement was harder? No, it wouldn't be. Mordred had slain plenty of nightmare creatures that way himself. So it had to be because it was easier to destroy the souls of those who were not defiled. Why? He lingered suddenly. Don't tell me. Was it because those following the path of ascension could be infected by the defilement during the soul battle, all but dooming them to lose? Suddenly, he lost all curiosity about facing Soul Stealer, becoming defiled. Mordred wanted none of that, because it ran contrary to his goals, of course, but mostly because the imposter was rather pathetic. Sure, Soul Stealer was mighty. Sure, he had reached the level of power that Mordred struggled to fathom. However, he was also a bit brainless. None of the warriors Mordred had killed showed a tenth of his skill with the sword. Gone were his cunning, his foresight, his resolve, and those were much more valuable than control over 1,000,000 clumsy flesh puppets. It seemed that corruption, or perhaps splitting his soul between countless beings, both humans and abominations alike, had rotted Soul Stealer's mind, turning him into a madman. And not even a brilliant madman at that, just a dull monster. Mordred would have loved to continue pondering the undeniable inferiority of his monstrous twin, but at that moment, his sword failed to penetrate the carapace of another nightmare creature. He had killed a few already, using the rest to stall the Soul Stealer's vessels, but this one had turned out to be more powerful than he thought. Ah! As a sharp claw tore his chest open, Mordred grimaced and thrust his hand into the water. Then he pulled a human body out of it, that of an awakened warrior wearing the colors of clan valor. The next moment, Mordred's eyes grew empty, while the warrior's eyes ignited with sinister intelligence. A moment after that, Mordred's own body plunged into the shallow water, disappearing from sight. Wearing the familiar body of Squire Warren and wielding his aspect, he dove under the abomination's body and cut open its unprotected belly. A few dozen more. And I'll become a monster again. Mordred dashed away, escaping before the dying nightmare creature crushed him with its weight. It was okay if Warren's body was destroyed. He had plenty more to choose from, some of which he had hidden from Changing Star and her cohort. He could take the bodies of these abominations as well, but what was the point? As Mordred continued to coldly kill the defiled, his expression grew dim. So what if he killed them? So what if he regained a few soul cores? The situation was still inescapable. For once, he saw no way to survive, let alone win. Even his usual path of escape was cut off, since Soul Stealer was perfectly capable of haunting the reflections as well. Are we all going to die here in this godforsaken city? Wasn't it a bit too ironic, poetic even? To die by his own hand. One thing kept Mordred's spirit up, though. It was that girl, Kasha, Song of the Fallen. She might have had others fooled, but he knew that the blind witch was not as simple as she looked. Someone like her had to have something planned, without a doubt. She wouldn't have led her companions here otherwise. But then again, Soul Stealer had gone through the same ritual as Mordred. Neither of them was easy to perceive through divination. How else would that monster have escaped Torment's gaze and rebelled against the dread Lord? Ah, I don't know. Mordred pushed an old man in weathered leather armor into the maw of a hideous nightmare creature, then pierced the creature's eye while it was busy devouring the poor fool. His expression was somber. At this point, we'll need a miracle to pull through. But when had the world been generous with miracles? If something truly astonishing happened, it was always a curse instead. Some distance away, Cassie had fled toward the breached walls of Twilight. Here, there were more nightmare creatures fighting against the vessels of Soul Stealer, and therefore more mayhem and chaos. Using that chaos, Cassie was still struggling to keep herself alive. Blood was pouring from a deep wound on her neck. Pressing her hand against it, she moved through the terrible jumble of human and monstrous bodies, somehow avoiding all the swords, claws, and fangs. Sometimes she was only a split second away from death, but each time, that split second was somehow enough to save her. Her face was pale and bleak. An iron locket rested on her chest, wet with blood. How much time do I have left? She didn't know exactly. Far away, the Serpent King's palace shuddered, coming undone. There, in the ruins of the throne room, Sunny coiled his giant serpentine body around the dread lord, trying to crush his bones. His fangs were scratching the impenetrable midnight scales, leaving deep grooves on them. Die, die, you worm! Losing all reason, he could only think about tearing the odious dragon apart. However, killing a defiled saint was not an easy task. Chapter 15:13. Furious Shadow Sunny had transformed himself in the image of the Serpent King. However, he was not as powerful as Daron. His onyx body was giant compared to a human, but it was still much smaller than the Azure Serpent had been. Much more importantly than that, it did not possess the power of a great beast. Sunny was merely an ascended after all, and even though the shadows he had used to form the onyx serpent were more powerful and ancient than him, the essence that had manifested them was that of a master. 6 shadows were augmenting his shell this time, but Nephi's was not here to grant him the blessing of her flame. And although the dread lord was weaker than the Azure Serpent had been, the dragon was also not littered with gruesome wounds and nearing death. None of it mattered to Sunny, though. Consumed by frenzy, all he knew was the mad desire to rip his enemy apart. Kill you, I'll kill you. His fangs pressed down on the impregnable dragon scales, leaving deep grooves on their dark surface. His mighty body coiled tight around the dread lord, restraining and crushing him. I'll kill you no matter what. However, the harrowing dragon was full of ire and murderous will as well. Even though his most dreadful power, the tyrannical authority of his voice, had proved to be futile when used against Sunny, he still had plenty of means to destroy the insolent slave. A furious roar shook the dim throne room, and at the same time, an insidious whisper resounded in Sunny's clouded mind. All that effort to escape, and yet here you are. Sunny vaguely realized that the dread lord was confusing him with the mad prince, and doubled his effort to tear open the vile worm's throat. At that moment, however, his enemy finally moved. Its tail whipped across the great hall once again, crushing countless soul-stealer vessels. At the same time, he strained his wings against the coils of Sunny's giant armored body, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the mantle. Much worse than that, the dread lord lowered his head and bit into Sunny's own neck. His porcelain fangs pierced the onyx armor plates and sank into the shadows, tearing them apart. It did not matter, though. Hidden deep within the onyx serpent, Sunny let out a mad laugh. More shadows flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, mending the wounds delivered to his shell by the odious dragon. He had plenty more hidden away, and his essence was nearly limitless here in Twilight. If the dread lord wished to win, he had his work cut out for him. I'll bleed you dry, one drop at a time. Finally, one of his fangs slid between 2 scales and cut into the tough hide beneath, tasting blood. Or maybe simply imagining tasting it with a tongue made of shadows, Sunny let out a triumphant growl. Continuing to maul the shell's neck, the dread lord threw his massive body down. Tangled together, the dragon and the serpent rolled across the ruined floor of the throne room, making the whole palace shudder. The marble tiles were pulverized into dust, and countless hollow vessels were turned into puddles of shattered bones and blood. Is Kai alive? The thought flashed in Sunny's mind and disappeared. He did not care. He did not even really remember who Kai was. All he could feel was bloodlust and rage. Crushed under the weight of the dread lord, his serpentine body was coming undone. His neck was shredded, and his head was moments away from becoming separated from his body. Even though he was mending the damage, the hateful dragon was tearing through the shadows faster than Sunny could manifest them. but he tasted the dragon's blood. Sunny was full of dark glee. His coils moved, a ridge of spikes growing from his spine. His body was like a circular saw now, sending clouds of sparks flying from the points where it ground against the dread lord's scales. More blood flowed, falling to the shattered floor like drops of silver flame. Flame. Letting go of Sunny's neck, the dragon pierced him with a loathsome gaze and opened his maw. Hidden within the serpentine shell, Sunny gritted his teeth. But what came out of the dread lord's maw was not a torrent of flame. Instead, it was an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound. It almost sounded like a song. And enveloped by that harrowing song, the giant body of the onyx serpent shattered. Terrible cracks appeared on its surface, the shadows melting into a tenebrous haze. A deafening sonic boom sent a hurricane of stone dust into the air, and Sunny was thrown away, his shell torn asunder. Freed from the crushing embrace of his coils, the dread lord rose, his eyes burning with demented hatred. His gaze landed on the torn remains of the onyx serpent, searching for the human body hidden within. As he was looking, though, a radiant arrow hit the side of his head. A fiery explosion bloomed, pushing the dragon's head aside. Hovering near the cracked dome of the palace, Kai gritted his teeth and drew the string of his bow again. The dread lord opened his maw, wanting to give the archer another command, but at that moment Kai screamed, "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" And although the authority of his voice was not nearly powerful enough to restrain the defiled saint, the dread lord's jaws did freeze for a moment. That moment was all Sunny needed. The two parts of his severed body slithered across the shattered floor like snakes and connected, almost instantly growing back together. His ravaged head rose, baring its fangs, and sank them into one of the harrowing dragon's wings. There, the scales were much thinner and easier to pierce. More soul stealer vessels were already pouring into the throne room. These were not as weak as the previous ones. Very few of them died from the fall, which meant that there were much more awakened and ascended among them. Kai let another arrow loose. The dread lord looked around in fury and let out an infuriated growl. Then his wings moved, raising a hurricane. The bastard was trying to fly away, or so Sunny thought. Unwilling to let the enemy go, he tried to hold on to the dragon's wing, but it was of no use. He was thrown aside, crashing heavily on the ground. The walls of the throne room were falling now, unable to withstand the battle of two giant beasts. Soon the whole palace was going to collapse. Surrounded by hurricane winds and dust, the dread lord was rising into the air. He was already reaching the broken dome, ready to break through it and cause the entire thing to crumble. Sunny looked up in fury. "No, no, no, you won't escape." Coiling his massive body like a spring, he sent it flying into the air. His leap produced a shockwave that shattered the walls of the throne room and made the palace quake. His head collided with the dread lord, sending the dragon crashing through the remains of the dome. But then gravity pulled him down. Sunny howled in fury. And responding to his wrath, his tenebrous body flowed and shifted, changing form. Giant wings sprouted from his back and struck against the air, sending him flying up. Wreathed in darkness, a grotesque figure pursued the harrowing dragon into the sky. A moment later, the 6 chitinous legs of a giant, monstrous butterfly made of shadows struck the dread lord's scales. Chapter 15:14. Burning rust. The dome of the Serpent King's palace entirely collapsed, falling under its own weight in a colossal cloud of dust. 2 enormous, dark figures rose from the cloud, vaguely visible as they tangled together in a furious struggle. Down on the streets of the city, Nephis was making her way to the crumbling palace. She was fighting against the human flood, the radiance of her skin shining brightly in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Her incandescent sword had turned into a blur, followed by a trail of crimson haze. She had long lost count of how many enemies she cut down, how many bodies she sundered, and how much time had passed since the start of this nightmarish battle. No matter how many vessels of the Soul Stealer she destroyed, their number never decreased. Instead, it only grew. More and more of them flooded from all sides, rushing to pierce her flesh with their swords, their spears, their arrows, their nails and teeth. Their power had grown as well. There were more awakened warriors surrounding her now, and more ascended. Their powers were like a constant hail that relentlessly assaulted her, lethal and unpredictable, growing more perilous with each step she took. But something else grew with it as well, her will. Slowly but surely, Nephis was shaking off the burden of doubt that had covered her heart like rust at some point. Little by little its weight had added up, until she became pressed into the ground by it without even noticing. Here, in the throes of this macabre slaughter, there was no place for doubt. There was only combat, steps, lunges, and feints. The movements of her sword, the movements of her body, the measured ruthlessness of her mind, the cold lethality of her skill, the empty eyes of her enemies, the perilous sheen of their weapons, and the inevitable moments of their deaths. This was clarity. This was the stark world where only pain and will existed. She was always tormented by harrowing pain. Pain burned everything away, leaving only will, and Neph's will was to kill them all. She cut through countless humans, erasing them from existence with her sword. Their bodies came undone under its blade, forming a gruesome path. A river of blood flowed where she had passed, paving the way. Her blood was in that river as well. Nephis moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old, all severed and mutilated, their bodies gaping with horrible wounds. But she wasn't unscathed either. Just then, an awakened warrior used a strange aspect ability and bypassed the steel wall of her defense. His cleaver landed on her shoulder, biting into the chainmail. Her armor held and her bones held as well. But the impact slowed her down, allowing an ascended champion to ram a spear into her back. The chainmail broke. The white tunic beneath it was pierced. The spearhead plunged into her flesh. Snarling, Nephis sent the awakened flying with a kick and twisted, her sword cutting through the shaft of the spear and the ascended's head. The bloodied spearhead dissolved into a rain of sparks, and the radiance suffusing Neph's skin dimmed a little. Instead of blood, white flame flowed from the wound on her back, mending the torn muscles and broken skin. A moment later, the wound was gone. Only the pain remained. Nephis gritted her teeth, the same flame burning in her eyes. "Come, all of you." She plunged into the frenzied mob, calling upon the fires of her soul. Soon, a hurricane of incinerating flames spread through the human river, devouring all who could not resist it. Those who could were cut down by the spirit of light dancing in the midst of the blinding inferno, her sword merciless and unrestrained. The distant palace drew nearer. Nephis had unleashed the flames to burn her enemies, but she couldn't maintain the blaze around herself constantly. Her reserves of essence, no matter how deep, would run out too fast that way. In the end, she released the control of the flame, leaving a burning street in her wake. The hungry fire spread, devouring the broken buildings. The endless, relentless assault of the hollow-eyed vessels continued, unchanged. More and more enemies broke through her defenses, leaving terrible marks on her body. Her bones were broken. Her flesh was cut. Her armor became shattered and torn, full of holes, until it crumbled completely, disappearing into a whirlwind of sparks and leaving only a tattered tunic to cover her radiant body. A sharp sword slithered its way to her chest, piercing her heart. Nephis swayed slightly and stared at the man who was holding the sword, a white inferno burning in her eyes. Then she reached with her hand and grabbed his throat, crushing it in an incinerating grasp. The sword slid out of her chest, followed by a gust of flame. At the same time, a battle axe landed on her shoulder, cutting deep, and a beak of a war hammer struck her head. But no blood poured out of the fatal wounds, only fire. Nephis moved, severing the bodies of everyone around her. She did not fall, did not stagger, she did not even slow down. If anything, it seemed as though she had become even faster, even brighter, even deadlier. Washed by the white flame, the harrowing wounds disappeared in the beautiful radiance. Nephi's was not going to die yet. No. Perhaps she was only getting started, losing all restraint and not caring about the pain and the damage dealt to her body anymore. She lunged at her enemies, forcing them to reel back. Her sword tore through their bodies, leaving only death and scattering ash in its wake. "We'll show you." Terrible blows rained on her body, but all the gruesome damage they dealt was washed away by the white radiance. The horror, all around her, the streets of Twilight were being devoured by the spreading blaze of the immortal flame. Nephi's was like an undying, insatiable monster of flame that had taken the form of a slender young woman. Now that she had discarded her doubt and her fear, the true horror of her aspect was finally unleashed. No matter how her enemies cut and pierced her radiant body, nothing seemed capable of bringing her down. Her own sword, however, was like an incandescent omen of destruction and ruin, inevitable and inescapable, cutting down everything that stood in its way. Countless lives were melting in front of her merciless blade. Her mind was like a white void. Pain had become will had become flame, doubt had become ash. Nephi's cut a road of blood and scorched bodies through the human flood, refusing to go down. Why would she? These swords, these spears, these arrows, these nails and teeth, she would withstand them all. Using her dormant ability did not diminish her essence, and so she would continue to kill and maim and burn until Soul Stealer came in person to put a stop to her. As long as there was fire, she would light herself on fire. She would endure its harrowing blessing. She would persist. For now, of course, even the undying were not invulnerable. No one was. Nephi's was going to make a fatal mistake eventually. Fatigue and mental strain would accumulate, draining her strength away. Then she would be caught and pinned down or obliterated entirely. But until that happened, she would continue to burn brightly in the dim twilight of the endless dawn. Chapter 15:15. Formless shadow high in the sky above Twilight, Sunny was being mauled by the dread Lord. The monstrous butterfly shell he had hastily created was battered and torn, bleeding shadows into the air. The shadows dissipated into the beautiful radiance of dawn, disappearing. He had spent months on Alethia's island, fighting against and being killed by all kinds of harrowing creatures. Of course, he had learned a lot about his killers during that time. The hollow butterfly was harder to fathom because it lacked a soul, though, and so its shell was rough and unstable. Sunny did not care. All he cared about was hurting the hateful dragon. His wings had long been broken, failing to regrow, so he clutched onto the body of the dread lord with his 6 sharp legs. His giant eyes were faceted, consisting of thousands of smaller ones, and so thousands of harrowing dragons reflected in their dark surface, filling him with boundless rage. His long beak had just pierced the dread lord's flesh in the spot where a few scales had cracked, mangling it. Sunny felt murderous joy. Bleeding and hurt by that last attack, the dragon spread its wings. His maw opened, and another melodious call escaped from it, battering the monstrous butterfly like a devastating ram. Reeling from the shockwave of the following sonic boom, Sunny felt his shell falling apart and growled, mending it. The dread lord was a step ahead, though. Before the damaged butterfly coalesced back into a stable form, he tore 2 of its legs with his fangs, then broke another with his terrifying claws. Sunny felt his grip on the odious dragon loosen. "No, no, come back here, you hideous worm." Blinded by pain and driven mad by the scent of blood, he laughed. The massive body of the tenebrous butterfly rippled and then flowed, changing shape. Long tentacles shot from its carapace, wrapping themselves around the dread lord's wings and pressing them into his body. Soon, a revolting octopus-like abomination was clinging to him, tearing at his scales with a sharp beak. Sunny had no wings anymore, and the dragon could not move his. They plummeted from the sky, slower than they were supposed to, considering that Kai and by extension, the Dread Lord could fly even without wings, but still fast enough. The moment the two of them hit the ground, shattering a dozen buildings and sending cracks running through the carapace of the inconceivable carcass Twilight stood upon, Sunny was thrown off the body of the dreadful dragon. He rolled away, his shell already shifting. By the time the Dread Lord rose, a giant leopard of decaying flesh was already lunging at him, aiming to bite into his throat. Their frenzied battle continued. When they fought on the ground, Sunny assumed the form of a land predator. When the Dread Lord tried to rise into the sky, he assumed the form of a flying monstrosity. When the dragon threw him underwater, he turned into the onyx serpent, relentlessly attacking his loathsome enemy in the murky depths. He was crazed and relentless, but his enemy was both powerful and vicious. Even robbed of his most insidious weapon, the Dread Lord was still a harrowing foe. His mighty body, his sinister mind, and his profane voice were all fearsome, capable of visiting unimaginable devastation upon the world. Sunny was suffering much more than the odious dragon, his shadow incarnation receiving more and more soul damage despite being hidden inside an armored shell. But the dragon was hurting as well. Although the wounds littering his body were not deep, they were numerous, seeping with silver blood, and that was all Sunny wished for. Bleed for me, worm. There was an annoying fly trying to intervene in their battle, hovering around them and sending one arrow after another at the Dread Lord. That fly wanted to steal his vengeance from him, and so Sunny swiped at it with his claws, sending the pest plummeting down. It soon returned, though, drowning him in rage. "Just wait a little, I'll kill you too, everyone." He was going to kill everyone, but the dragon would be first. Even if Sunny had to rip his own soul apart to murder the loathsome worm, he would see him dead. Die, die, die. Even with nearly endless reserves of essence and the boundless fury of the king's resentment fueling him, Sunny was struggling to deal severe damage to the Dread Lord. He vaguely remembered that there was someone else he had to kill, a vile amalgamation of countless beings hiding in the reflections. But he couldn't even slay this winged fiend. Indignant, Sunny broke through the barrier of corpses floating in the water and slithered onto one of the carcasses. Before he could even change his shape, the harrowing dragon bit into his shell, tearing it and dragged him into the sky. 4 sets of terrifying claws slashed at him, shattering the onyx plates of the shell and maiming his serpentine body. A hateful voice boomed in his head, making him dizzy. "You have returned to the source. I see. She is back too, then." Ripping into the crumbling shell with his maw, the Dread Lord laughed at him. Sunny roared in fury, "Shall we kill her again? Yes, I will devour her, right after I'm done with you." Nephi's. He was talking about Nephi's. Deep in the crumbling embrace of his shell, Sunny went absolutely mad. Forgetting everything else except for his rage, he allowed the shell of the onyx serpent to dissolve into a torrent of shadows and escape their embrace. Landing on the shoulder of the harrowing dragon in his fragile human form, Sunny grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace and plunged it between the impregnable scales. Or at least he tried to. As if sensing the cursed blade, the Dread Lord finally showed a reaction. The massive body of the dragon recoiled, sending Sunny flying. He fell through the air with terrible speed, plummeting down. There were no shadows for him to safely land into. Before Sunny was splattered against the cold stones, someone caught him, slowing his fall. The two of them hit a stone wall and shattered it, rolling into the courtyard below. Sunny landed on something soft and bounced away. Arg! Leaning on the Sin of Solace, he rose and looked around with bloodshot eyes. The weathered corpses, the battlements, he knew this place. He was back in the floating fortress where Mordred had welcomed them to Twilight. "So, the worm is afraid of my sword." A twisted grin appeared on his lips, and Sunny finally noticed another figure struggling to stand up from the cold stones near him. It was that annoying fly. Killing it would only take a split second. Before he could do it, though, a massive shadow covered him. Then the battered dragon landed on the wall of the fortress, crushing the battlements with his claws. With silver blood streaming down his midnight scales, the dread lord gazed down at him, starlight burning in his malevolent eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, crushing down on the annoying fly like an invisible force. Chapter 15:16, consuming wrath. Using the fact that the loathsome dragon had been distracted by the fly, Sunny considered his enemy for a moment. His mind was aflame with insatiable anger, so it was hard to think. Hard to stay still and contemplate the way to kill his enemy better, even though that was his one and only goal. Somewhere deep down, Sunny knew that he had surrendered his most lethal weapon, his cunning, to the scorching temptation of wrath. But that thought, too, was obliterated by the ocean of boundless rage. That worm is strong. Sunny had called upon his most primal, most destructive power, the shadow shell. He had ravaged the dread lord as a ferocious sea serpent, a dreadful butterfly, a decaying leopard, and many more revolting shapes. His attacks had dealt some damage to the enemy, but none of them had made the dragon real. The only thing that had was the sin of solace. Sunny glanced at the beautiful jade giant. He knows that sword. The mad prince had wielded the sin of solace, and so the dread lord would be familiar with the sinister power of the cursed blade. Even if it had never been used against him, he would know and fear it. That was because, while Sunny could mutilate the dragon's flesh, the sin of solace could shatter his mind. It had been created from the whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, after all. And there was no one more familiar with the terror of Ariel's secrets than the dread lord, who was similarly burdened by the knowledge of truth due to his flaw. There was a problem, though. Sunny could only wield the sin of solace in a human hand, but his human body could be destroyed by one bellow from the dreadful dragon, or maybe not. Grinning madly, Sunny dismissed the jade giant. At the same time, he called upon the shadows once again. They surged from the open gate of the shadow lantern, enveloping him like a dark tide. And then a towering figure rose from that tide. This time, Sunny did not create the shell of a serpent, a butterfly, or a fearsome leopard. Instead, he borrowed a page from the devouring beast's book and created the shell that was a perfect replica of himself, only on a much larger scale. Of course, he couldn't compete with the feral plague, who had stood 100 meters tall. But even at a third of her height, his head still rose above the battlements of the fortress. A furious dark giant made of shadows appeared in the middle of the courtyard, sharing Sunny's appearance. His towering body was covered by a cracked onyx armor, and a whirlwind of sparks surrounded his outstretched hand. Memories were mystical tools. They were created from the soul essence of their wielder, and adjusted to suit the wielder's body. That was why Awakened did not need to fit and tailor their armor, or mold the hilts of their weapons to their grip. However, things changed once an Awakened reached transcendence. The body of a saint could transform, taking an entirely different shape. It was only then that the limit to how much a memory could be adjusted to fit its wielder revealed itself. Different memories had different limits. Some could still be used by the transformed saints, some could not. Generally, the more powerful a memory was, the more flexible potential it possessed. And Sunny was willing to bet that the sin of solace, a transcendent memory of the fifth tier, possessed more than enough of it to be useful in the hands of a giant, especially because the form he had taken was only different from his own body in size, and therefore did not require the jade giant to stray away from its nature as a sword. All he had to do was pour more essence into manifesting it. 10 times more, 100 times more, 1,000 times more. It did not matter. Sunny's essence was inexhaustible right now. As the shape of a graceful sword, its blade dozens of meters long, started to manifest itself from light. Sunny grinned and dashed forward. It was going to take the sin of solace some time to weave itself into existence, and he would have to occupy the loathsome dragon until then. Struggling to control his massive body, Sunny leaned forward and rammed his shoulder into the wall of the courtyard. The entire fortress quaked and tilted, water pouring in through the broken gates. The wall itself cracked and collapsed, forcing the Dreadlord, who had been using it as purchase, to lose balance. Before the dragon could open his massive wings, Sunny grabbed onto him and pulled him down. His face was very close to the Dreadlord's bloodied chest. If not for the visor of the onyx helmet, Sunny would have tried to bite into his throat. "What's this?" Something glistened amidst the silver blood. There between the midnight scales was a scale that seemed different from all the others. It was dull gray, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Sunny tried to get a better look at it, but at that moment he heard the annoying fly shout, Sunny, I can't." "What?" And then a radiant arrow hit him in the back, slid into the crack of the mantle, and detonated inside. No! The left side of the shadow giant's torso exploded from within. His onyx armor, which had already been severely damaged, crumbled into pieces. His left arm, which had almost grasped the hilt of the sin of solace, fell to the ground. At the same time, the dragon's maw closed on his neck, shredding it. The Dread Lord growled, tearing the giant's head off with a terrible pull. Blinded by terrible pain and disoriented, Sunny crashed on the cold stones. His shell fell apart, and he was banished from the embrace of shadows. His body rolled and came to halt in the rubble of the shattered fortress wall. He felt cold water licking his torn skin. Ah, the fly, he should have killed it sooner. The loathsome dragon must have whispered a command into the vermin's ear. Letting out a pained groan, Sunny forced his battered body to rise, only to see the Dread Lord's tail swiping at him with terrible speed. Remembering how the hollow vessels of Soul Stealer exploded into bloody mist after being struck by it, he let out a hateful scream and stepped into the shadows. A moment later, he appeared on top of the crumbling wall. From there, Sunny could see the courtyard and the figure of the bleeding dragon below him. He could also see Twilight in the distance, barely visible through the haze of dawn. What to do? Belatedly, he thought about his shadows. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, they could help him a lot in this battle. Especially Saint, who was immune to all mind attacks and could resist the authority of the Dread Lord. But thinking about them filled him with endless fury. No one was allowed to steal his vengeance from him. No one. Summoning the shadows would only give them a chance to kill the odious dragon before he could. He would never allow that to happen. This is madness. A feeble thought was drowned by the torrent of bloodlust and demented anger. Sunny was not going to allow anyone to steal his victims. No, if he summoned the shadows, it would only be to kill them. Kill them all. In fact, it was exactly what he should have done. Each of them was a shadow creature, and a powerful one at that, suitable to become fuel for his soul. He had painstakingly nurtured them himself, after all. So wasn't it only right for him to reap what he had sown? Just imagining the flood of shadow fragments he would receive from slaughtering his servants made Sunny smile viciously. Was that how the Mad Prince had become a Titan? It had to be. Where else would the vile madman find enough fragments to form the seventh core, here in the tomb of Ariel? Sunny would be wise to follow his example. But first, he had to kill the dragon. And the traitorous fly. Turning his head to look at his enemies, Sunny lingered for a split second. Out there, far away, wasn't something strange happening in Twilight? Suddenly frozen, he looked into the distance. Chapter 15:17. Supernova. On the crumbling streets of Twilight, a grotesque nightmare creature was mauling another with its fangs, while a rain of swords and spears fell on its tough hide. Each strike caused streams of fetid blood to pour out of ghastly wounds, but the abominations paid it no attention. Ah, it hurts. Mordred, who had taken the body of the nightmare creature, was not having a great time. Not only was he being cut and mangled by the vessels of the imposter, but it was also getting hard to breathe. The air was full of smoke, and the buildings around him had caught fire at some point. But he was so close, finally, the abominations he had been brutalizing shuddered and died. An ethereal stream of power flowed into his soul, and he fled into the reflections, escaping the cruel blades of the hollow vessels. Appearing a few hundred meters away from the pursuing mob, he left the dying body of the battered nightmare creature and returned to his own. Before too long, a familiar pain tore apart his soul, forcing Mordred to groan. Why does it have to be so unpleasant? A new core was being born in the depths of his soul. He was becoming a monster once again. This will give me some breathing room. The human flood was already surrounding him, seemingly endless. Mordred had only a few seconds of reprieve before the puppets of Soul Stealer would assault him again. His perception spread far and wide, jumping between countless reflections to observe the world. He saw Song of the Fallen, the blind witch. He also saw a giant made of shadows wield a jade sword against a harrowing dragon. Sunless, the madman, was fighting against the dread lord. Nightingale was there as well, kneeling near a puddle of water. At that moment Mordred's eyes glistened and a sinister thought entered his mind. Can I? He hesitated for a moment, unsure. But then a dark smile twisted his lips. Well, even if I fail, it will at least be entertaining. Mordred moved, contemplating how much essence he had left. Reaching the distant fortress would be a challenge. But then he was distracted from these calculations. That was because he saw something else. Turning toward the heart of the city, Mordred froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. Cassie leaned against a broken wall, clutching her mangled neck. Her armor was slick with blood and she felt weak. Her beautiful face was pale and tired. Go! The echo of the slain Sibyl floated away, the hem of her red dress hovering above the cobblestones. She was going to buy her master some time to escape, and then drown in the flood of hollow-eyed warriors. Sighing, Cassie pushed herself off the wall and continued to flee. She dodged and evaded the nightmare creatures that lunged at her from the ruins, not bothering to retaliate. There was no time for it. The lives of Effie and Jet were hanging in a fragile balance. They were literally hanging from her neck, hidden in an iron locket. That locket pressed her down with the weight of a mountain. She couldn't allow herself to make mistakes. I must escape. Making another turn, she came to a halt in front of a devastated space. Behind her was the tide of pursuing warriors, all staring at her with those eerie, empty eyes of theirs. In front of her were the broken gates of Twilight. Beyond them there was nothing but still water. There was nowhere else to run. Cassie let out a quiet sigh. Turning around, she lowered her bloodied hand and unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier glistened in the light of dawn, pointing at the approaching puppets of Soul Stealer. She gritted her teeth. Come then. It's time. In the heart of Twilight, Nephi's finally reached the Serpent King's palace. The palace was no more. It had collapsed at some point, turning into a vast ruin. Blood flowed between the shattered stones. The dread lord was not here. Sunny was nowhere to be seen either. She was late. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Behind Nephi's, Twilight was wreathed in white flames. In front of her, a dozen warriors stood motionlessly, surrounding a monstrous figure in a tattered vermilion cloak. If not for his mirror-like eyes, she would not have recognized Mordred of Valor, Soul Stealer, his original body. Nephi stared at the monster silently, an incandescent void shining through her eyes. Then she took a step forward. Her armor had long crumbled. Her white tunic was torn and cut, revealing the soft radiance of her skin. Even her sword was covered by a net of cracks, ready to shatter into a whirlwind of sparks. She was tired. Found you. Nephi's walked toward Soul Stealer, and the figures surrounding him moved to meet her. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of human vessels were pouring from the burning streets, surrounding her. There was no end to them. She had killed so many, but no matter how many she killed, the flood of bodies never ceased. It only grew. The first figure reached her, summoning a long spear. Nephi's raised her sword and met its strike. The second figure was already lunging from the side, the third, the fourth. She tried to block, evade, and deflect them all. A few moments later, her sword broke. Even then, Nephi's continued to move forward. Step after step, wound after wound, she slowly, tortuously made her way toward Soul Stealer. She almost made it. There were only a few meters left between her and the monstrous creature now, but those several meters were like an insurmountable abyss. Pushed down, Nephi's fell to her knees. 7 spears were piercing her radiant body, nailing it to the ground. She couldn't heal these wounds until the spears were gone, but those holding them had no intention of retrieving their weapons. Impaled on them and held down, Nephi's couldn't move. Sensing a movement ahead, she raised her head and looked at the approaching monster. Her radiant image was reflected in his mirror-like eyes. Soul Stealer stopped a couple steps away, looking down at her with an empty gaze. His pale lips twisted into a strange smile. Sister. His inhuman voice sounded like shards of broken glass. Nephi's looked down. The radiance suffusing her skin dimmed a little. A tormented sigh escaped from her lips. Kneeling, just like she had at the end of the second nightmare, Nephi said, "I came into this world as a sharp blade." She raised her head slightly and looked at the monstrous creature with a tired gaze. But with every step I took, my edge was dulled. Her face slowly became impassive, devoid of all emotion. Her voice was like a whisper. "I've made compromises, learned how to act reasonably, and forced myself to move with restraint." Nephi's took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had grown steady and loud. A hint of an indescribable emotion appeared in her radiant eyes. Glaring at the monstrous creature, she said, "I am tired of compromises. I am tired of being reasonable. I am tired of being restrained." Nephi's looked into the eyes of Soul Stealer, furious flames igniting in the depths of her own. "I am changing star of the immortal flame clan." Her gaze was suddenly full of cold contempt. Her even tone trembled with incinerating passion. "Who dares to stop me?" And when she spoke those words, the soft radiance suffusing her skin exploded with brilliant light. A hurricane wind rose, stirring the fire devouring the streets of Twilight. The 7 spears impaling Nephi's to the ground caught a flame, melting in its scorching white heat. Although it seemed impossible, the blinding light emanating from her incandescent figure grew even more intense, unbearable to look at. If Sunny was there to see Nephi's, he would have witnessed her 6 radiant soul cores swelling with furious light. He would have also seen one of them becoming covered by a net of fiery cracks. Soul Stealer moved, reaching forward, but he was too late. In the next moment, all the flames burning across the ruins of Twilight were suddenly absorbed by the incandescent figure kneeling in front of him. For a split second, the world was still and silent. There was a whisper, and then everything dissolved in white radiance. Chapter 15:18, Ruin standing on the crumbling wall of the floating fortress. Sunny saw the light grow dim above Twilight. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the entire world was suddenly drowned in white radiance, blinding him. Stunned, he raised a hand to cover his eyes and saw a pristine star ignite in the heart of the distant city. It swelled, growing into a massive sphere of furious flame. Everything happened in an instant. The buildings nearest to the white star simply dissolved in its pure light, evaporating. Those further away exploded into dust and were erased from existence by an obliterating shockwave. Those behind them were flattened and melted, turning to ash from the immolating heat. A wave of incinerating fire, taller than the towering walls of the city, spread outward at lightning speed, consuming everything in its path: buildings, trees, cobblestones, even air itself, and all the tiny human figures flooding the crumbling streets. Behind it, the furious star rose and deformed, slowly turning into a mushroom cloud of incandescent white flame. The pillar of fire supporting it dwarfed everything, reaching toward the sky. What? Even driven into madness by fury, he was momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing splendor of that inconceivable sight. Twilight. Twilight was being destroyed in front of his eyes. That was when the invisible shockwave reached the fortress, shattering its walls and throwing him down. The deafening roar of the explosion came next, shaking the world. Sunny plummeted from the broken wall and hit the cold stones with a sickening sound. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled and then instinctively covered his head with his hands. In the next moment, a rain of stone debris fell down, pummeling him like crushing hail. Who dares, deaf from the cataclysmic roar of the blast? He screamed furiously and tried to stand up. Something hit him on the head, but Sunny did not care. Hunched, he rose from the ground and peered into the dust that had enveloped everything around, searching for the massive figure of the dragon. So what if all of Twilight was devoured by flame? So what if it seemed like the sky had been shattered and fell down? He was still going to kill the hateful worm. Why is it so dark? The colossal pillar of flame had reached the heavens and collapsed on itself, torn apart by the wind. The furious light of the pure white star had dimmed and disappeared, plunging the world into darkness. A vast cloud of ash rose into the air and obscured the seven suns, turning the twilight of dawn into a lightless gloom of dark devastation. Far away, in the scorched desert that had been Twilight, ash fell from the sky like snow. In the heart of the ruined city, nothing but darkness remained. Even the air itself had been burned away by the inconceivable heat of the obliterating explosion, and so there were no flames burning on the blackened stones. The only source of illumination in that dark abyss was a radiant figure that stood amidst the destruction, surrounded by ash and ruins. It was slowly coalescing back into the shape of a beautiful young woman from pure light. Her brilliant skin did not have a single blemish on it, and her shining hair flowed like incandescent silver, emanating a blinding white radiance. Her pristine light reflected in the boiling water, creating a small island of light in the sea of searing darkness. Twilight was still and silent, with nothing but water moving on its vast, smoldering expanse. The numerous human bodies of Soul Stealer were all gone, devoured by the merciless flames and turned to ash. The nightmare creatures who had battled against them were gone, too. Only Nephi's remained, illuminating the darkness with her light. And because she was the only one left, the indestructible reflection of the sinister mirror fiend had nowhere to go but into the depths of her radiant, harrowing eyes. Nephi's was standing on the surface of a calm ocean. The world around her was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below her bare feet glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. It was as if she was standing on a sea of golden clouds, awash in breathtaking light. Seven suns shone brightly above her head. She looked at them impassively. She had felt the terrible agony of one of her soul cores, the terror core destroying itself before, but so many defiled abominations had been consumed by the unleashed flames of her soul that it was reformed anew. With it, the seventh core was born, the last core. The pain of its creation had already passed, and Nephi's was a titan now. She looked away from the seven suns and gazed silently at the only spot of dirt and darkness in her perfectly radiant world. Out there, some distance away, a repulsive creature stood, staring at her with mirror-like eyes. It did not look like a human, nor did it look like a nightmare creature. Instead, it was like a revolting amalgamation of countless people, countless abominations, all joined together into a monstrous patchwork being that shifted and changed form with every move, every breath, every moment that passes. The shifting monster towered above her, staining the pure waters of her soul with darkness and corruption. Soul Stealer grinned, reaching forward with countless hands. He called her name with countless voices. His countless eyes festered with hatred and greed, but also fear. Nephi's looked at him with contempt. Her even voice echoed across the radiant expanse, uttering a single word, "Burn." And then the beautiful landscape of her soul changed. The water Soul Stealer stood upon was no water at all. Instead, it was liquid flame, as if he was standing on the surface of a furious white star. The golden clouds floating above him were not vapor, but incandescent gas, as if he was drowning in burning stardust. Most harrowing of all, though, was the light of the seven suns. Because here in the sea of changing stars' soul, there was no escape from their incinerating rays. The radiance of the seven suns swelled, turning the calm ocean into an incandescent white void, and trapped in that merciless void, Soul Stealer burned. Chapter 15:19, Reverse Scale. The floor of the floating fortress was tilted, and Sunny could hear the sound of water rushing into the breaches. His sight was obstructed by the cloud of dust, so he closed his eyes and sensed a massive figure stirring in the darkness. He grinned, forgetting about how torn and battered his body was. Looking up, Sunny saw two cold silver stars burning in the darkness high above him, the eyes of the murderous dragon gazing down upon him. The dragon moved, and at the same time the shadows moved as well. The drowning fortress shuddered. Slumped near a puddle of water, Kai gasped for air. He was suffering from terrible pain and struggling to breathe. That blow Sunny had delivered him before was not a light one. He suspected that several of his ribs had been cracked or broken. His muscles were torn as well, so drawing the bow was a torment. This really is a nightmare. More than anything, Kai felt lost and confused. The battle the government forces were supposed to observe had already been a disaster. The terrible journey through the merciless white desert was like a feverish dream. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of a towering block of black stone, preparing to enter a seed of nightmare. Kai had thought that he had prepared himself mentally for the dreadful trial of the spell, but he had been wrong. Coming to his senses in the dim throne room of a mysterious palace was unlike anything he had ever expected, and much more terrible. Sunny was there, pulling him away from the falling debris. He heard some outlandish things about an evil dragon, who was also his twin, and an army of alien warriors that were supposed to help the cohort. A few moments later, the dark dragon was in front of them, commanding them to kneel. Kai knew that Sunny never lied, of course, but hearing that voice and feeling the irresistible authority contained within it, he fully realized that it was all true. The abominable dragon was, indeed, a copy of him. A much more powerful, vile, and corrupted version of Kai, who had betrayed his friends and was now trying to kill them. How could he turn on Sunny, Effie, Cassie, Nephi's, and Colonel Jet? Kai did not know, but the truth was undeniable. Learning that truth hurt much more than having his ribs broken. Things had moved very fast from that point, not giving him an opportunity to process the bitter revelations and make sense of what was happening. Sunny warned him to stay away and suddenly turned into a giant serpent, attacking the dragon furiously. Had his friend somehow become a saint already? Kai did not know. Why did he have to stay away? He did not know that either. There were many things Kai did not understand, but then there was no real need to. At the core of it, the situation was clear. The cohort was up against a dreadful foe, and the lives of his friends were hanging in balance. That was why Kai tried to help Sunny fight the dragon, as best he could. The three of them rose into the sky, and he saw a strange city built on a vast island, illuminated by the light of 7 rising suns. The streets of the city were flooded with people. Those people were fighting against a legion of nightmare creatures, but somehow seemed more sinister than the abominations they fought. Kai only caught a glimpse of them, though, engrossed by the battle against the vile dragon against himself. Sunny seemed to have lost his mind, for some reason, shifting between the forms of various harrowing creatures. Consumed by fury, he wasn't able to differentiate between friend and foe. That was how Kai ended up being battered and suffering grievous wounds from his own friend. He should have listened to Sunny's warning better. But even if he had, he wouldn't have left Sunny to fight against the abominable dragon alone. Eventually, the three of them ended up away from the city, across the vast expanse of water littered with dreadful corpses in the ruins of a fallen fortress. There was a bright flash and the deafening roar of a distant explosion, and now Kai was surrounded by darkness. Cold water was licking his skin. Using his awakened ability, Kai could see through the darkness. He could also see through the billowing dust and even through the stone debris. All around him, the world had gone mad. The shadows were surging, turning into numerous dark hands. Those hands, each possessing 7 fingers, tore at the dreadful dragon with sharp claws. At the same time, Sunny was trying to build another giant around himself, his attempts failing time after time. The dragon seemed wary of the enormous white sword that lay on the cold stones, partially buried in rubble, and so destroyed the giant ruthlessly each time before it could take shape. Slowly but surely, Sunny's body became tattered and broken. Even though he did not bleed, Kai could see that his condition was deteriorating swiftly. Sunny did not seem to care, consumed by the strange derangement, but Kai did. I have to do something. Even though Kai was not as powerful as his friends, he was not at all weak. He was an ascended, too. He had led soldiers into battle and killed dreadful nightmare creatures, survived impossible odds, and triumphed where most other people would have perished. He had burned alive in the dragon's flame and lived to slay the dragon. The problem was that Kai could not really move. His head was full of dreadful whispers, and the remnant will of the abominable dragon was forcing him to do things he never wanted to do. Simply resisting that call was taking all of his strength, and that was with the dragon not paying him any attention as well. His thoughts were not his own. Betrayed you, poisoned you, made you into an abomination, lured you, abandoned you, traitor. Traitor, traitor, Kai groaned and grabbed his head, but the whispers only grew louder. The worst part about them was that, because of his flaw, Kai knew that it was all true. He had indeed been betrayed, corrupted, used, and abandoned. By none other than Sunny, the person he trusted the most. The other Sunny, perhaps. At least that was what the dragon believed. Hurt him, kill him, punish him, take his hope away, take his will away, take his crown away. Kai gritted his teeth, refusing to listen. He knew himself very well. That wasn't him. That wasn't them. Luckily, Sunny was attacking the dragon so fiercely that it had no time to turn its gaze at Kai, and so the insurmountable authority of its command was slowly growing weaker. Groaning, Kai turned to the puddle of water and looked at the one who was hiding in the reflections. His lips moved. Be ready. With that, he slowly picked up his bow and raised it with trembling hands. His bow was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and there were plenty of enchanted arrows in his soul arsenal. The problem was that, despite that, Kai had failed to deal substantial damage to the abominable dragon. Ironically, the most damage he had dealt was to the shadow giant Sunny created just before the explosion. However, with his supernatural sight, Kai had long noticed a special scale hidden on the dragon's chest. It was of a different color than all others, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Looking down, he looked at the iron amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging from a string on his neck. That amulet had been with him since the second nightmare given to him by Sunny, and so his evil copy must have possessed it as well. Ignoring the pain, Kai gritted his teeth and rose, then strained his muscles and drew his bow. The string was heavy. One shot. Sunny seemed to be moments away from death, so there would be no time for another. He couldn't miss. He wouldn't miss. Silencing the deafening whispers that drowned his mind, Kai did what he was best at: aimed his bow, held his breath, and allowed his fingers to slip from the string. A sinister red arrow flashed through the darkness and hit the small iron scale hidden among countless others on the chest of the lunging dragon. The dragon's claws tore through the forming shadow giant and struck Sunny, pressing him into the ground. The arrow failed to pierce the creature's tough hide, and so Kai swayed, suddenly weak from blood loss. But it did break that single scale, cracking it in two. In the next moment, the man hiding in the reflection was suddenly gone, and the dragon froze in place. Something sinister reflected in the depths of his silver eyes. Chapter 15:20 Dreadful Soul, What a Sight. Mordred watched as Nightingale, picturesque despite being bloodied and covered in dust, drew his bow and let an arrow loose. He had fled to the floating fortress after noticing the denial amulet fused into the Dread Lord's scales, and just in time. Something truly curious had happened in Twilight, destroying all the reflections he could have used to take a look. It was probably Changing Star's fault, or Soul Stealer's fault. In any case, Mordred would have been burned to a crisp if he had not left the city. After traversing the still water and reaching the fortress, he hid in the reflections and observed what was happening inside. Sunless was fighting like a madman, more of a madman than he usually was, while the Dread Lord viciously mauled and battered him. Truly, it was a miracle that Sunless had been able to battle the Tyrant of Verge for so long, and even deliver countless wounds to the mighty dragon. What other master could have done the same? That guy really boggled the mind. Nevertheless, there was something strange about their fight. The defiled saint could have gone for the kill a long time ago, but he was restraining himself, probably because he wanted to capture Sunless alive and make him a slave again. That made sense. Although Mordred mostly knew about the 6 plagues from the records he had spied in the frozen reflection of Twilight, the Mad Prince seemed to have been the deterrence the Tyrant of Verge used to keep the other 5 defiled champions in check, especially Soul Stealer. Now that Soul Stealer had finally turned on him, Sunless and his sinister soul were the best weapon the Dread Lord could use against the rebellious fiend. Mordred studied Nightingale for a while, amused. Have I really submitted to that naive fool? Well, he must not have remained naive for long after becoming defiled. Still, how had Soul Stealer missed the chance to become the master of the Mad Prince himself after Changing Star was gone? The imposter was really a disappointment. Regardless, Mordred had spoken to the Nightingale, the original carrier of the denial amulet, just before Twilight went up in flames. The charming archer had a part to play, and now it seemed that he had played it brilliantly. A red arrow whistled through the air and struck the small scale on the chest of the giant dragon, cracking it. What a shot! How hard would it be to hit a target so small, and a moving one at that? Mordred allowed himself to admire the precision of the ascended archer for a split second, and then dove into the Dread Lord's corrupted soul. Here we go, smiling, Mordred found himself surrounded by darkness. The darkness extended its revolting tendrils, trying to catch him. A forest of them rose from all sides, slithering like snakes. Trembling slightly, he evaded the grasp of corruption and dashed forward. That's why I hate invading the souls of nightmare creatures. At least he possessed both of his hands here. Sadly, Mordred could only reflect the powers and weapons of the master of the invaded soul, not use his own. And since the Dread Lord had surrendered to defilement and was thus banished from the nightmare spell, there were no memories here for Mordred to summon. The memories were given by the spell and taken away by the spell. There were other things he could steal, though, almost caught by the harrowing tendrils, he jumped and soared into the air. Flying was not something Mordred did often, but he had experienced it before, so learning how to use this particular ability only took him a moment. His body rippled and swelled, becoming covered by impregnable scales. 2 mighty wings sprouted from his back, and his teeth turned into sharp porcelain fangs. He became a dragon. Mordred had not been a dragon before, but he had stolen bodies of nightmare creatures of a similar kind. So he grew accustomed to this new shape quickly. Finally, his eerie gaze pierced the vile darkness and found a figure standing in the heart of it, lonesome and lost. The soul of the Dreadlord still maintained its human appearance. He must not have surrendered to corruption entirely yet. A vicious smile twisted Mordred's reptilian lips. Time to die. He wasn't sure which one of them was going to die, but was eager to find out. Mordred was merely an ascended monster right now, while the Dreadlord. There were 5 repugnant masses of corruption hidden in the boundless darkness of his defiled soul, so he had to be a corrupted tyrant. The chances of victory were slim. But then again, Mordred had killed numerous foes who were more powerful than him, more experienced than him, more knowledgeable about the nuances of their aspects than him, more proficient in using their memories than him. However, none of them had been as resourceful as him, as resolute as him, or as ruthless as him. Nightingale was a brave but naive fool, so how much better could his corrupted version be? If there was one thing Mordred was afraid of, though, it was the knowledge of the defilement the Dreadlord wielded. That was why this battle was a gamble, even more so than every other soul battle Mordred had fought in the past. I'll just have to kill him before he has time to say anything. Then, in the distance, the lonesome figure moved, finally noticing the invader. A mad light ignited in the Dreadlord's eyes. Far away, among the scorched ruins of Twilight, nothing living moved. The buildings, those that were far enough from the epicenter of the blast to not be reduced to dust, had either collapsed or stood blackened and deformed. Ash fell from the dark sky like snow, covering the desolate landscape. Most of the living beings that had witnessed the birth of the radiant star had been turned to ash, but piles of smoldering corpses still remained at the edges of the city. The walls surrounding Twilight had collapsed, and the giant carcasses beyond them were scorched. A pale hand rose from the water among those carcasses. Surfacing, Cassie climbed onto the carapace of a dead abomination and gulped for air. Then she collapsed and lay motionlessly, ash falling on her face from the dark sky. The iron locket was still with her, safe and sound. A slender rapier hovered in the air above the blind girl, seemingly concerned. Cassie concentrated on it, feeling her consciousness begin to slip. "Go." The quiet dancer hesitated for a few moments, then disappeared into the darkness. Cassie sighed and allowed her battered body to relax. Laying on the blackened carapace of a dead abomination, she turned her head to face the ruins of Twilight. A cold, pale smile appeared on her lips. In the heart of the destroyed city, Nephi slowly opened her eyes. Soul Stealer was no more. The bright radiance suffusing her skin slowly grew dim and disappeared. The white flames dancing in her eyes were extinguished. Her silver hair, which had been flowing in an ethereal wind, fell down. Standing naked amidst the scene of utter devastation, she shivered and looked around. Her mind was empty. After a while, Nephi realized that her tunic had been destroyed and summoned another memory. The familiar weight of the Starlight Legion armor, the only one she had left, settled on her shoulders, making her feel comforted. That armor, it felt as if she was forgetting something. Twilight Soul Stealer, the Dreadlord. As she remained motionless, considering her thoughts, a slender rapier fell from the dark sky and hovered in front of her, trembling slightly. Nephi looked at it impassively. The rapier turned, its tip pointing into the darkness. "You want to lead me somewhere, quiet dancer." That was Cassie's echo. The rapier trembled again and then flew forward. Frowning slightly, Nephi